Good morning, everybody. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm just getting set up. Hey, guys. Drop a like if you can this morning so this one gets a little more seen because we're going to go over the SEC report. My favorite part of the SEC report was all the praise for VWAP in the charts. I told you guys VWAP was the way. Big news, you hear the shorts never covered? I knew that. I'd like to hear what you say about the time to note for you going over it in general. Yeah, Ali, I'm gonna be starting to go over it pretty soon here in a second. I'm gonna let a few more people get in here, I think, and then we'll start it. If the SEC report shows shorts haven't covered, shouldn't longs take advantage and force a squeeze? Yeah. It definitely gives them a better case to pitch their investors, which is relevant. I suggest if you guys haven't and you want to take a look at the daily DD also. Um, it covers like probably the key talking points that I'm going to go over in regards to the report. Expected moves today might convince some undecided Wall Street bets people to FOMO. That's also true. Yeah, and we should have some buy pressure today as well, right? Like we were already expecting that due to T+2. So it's possible that, some FOMO could come in from this report. I don't think a lot, but it's possible. I expect them to short the shit out of the stock at open, because news. If they don't, then I do expect some FOMO. We do have a little bit of expected buy pressure already from the weekly analysis, right? Due to gamma exposure from last Friday. I can't help but notice the glaring lack of bulls on the screen. You'll get them later. Calm down. Our investing said the report says the squeeze already happened. But it specifically says there was no short squeeze. Item 3, your daily DD at the top might need to be reworded. Item 3. Oh, because it's just deleted the whole post. Um, What clarity are you trying to get out of that? No, I might have upped my plans for buying calls a little bit. I'm gonna buy further out, but now, like at market open. Yeah, no gamma squeeze as well. So, well, hold on. Give it a couple more minutes. We still only have like 500 people in here. How much FOMO do you expect today? I don't know. We'll see. I think for people who already had like a bearish mindset, they could use the report to kind of confirm their own thesis. For those with a more bullish mindset towards GameStop, it's just confirmation bias. Also, not cool of the SEC to just go and steal everyone's DD, but without citing it. Does Epic Pen work again? Could you note stuff you talked about on the screen? Yeah, Epic Pen works, Spider. I don't know what you mean though. You want me to? I'm gonna cover everything that I wrote in the daily DD. Fidelity down to 700,000. All right, 40K borrowed. Ish. 35, I guess. I mean, they did you not see the other graph? I'll put quotations around covered. Will that make you happy? So the sarcasm is more apparent. Yeah, I'm gonna clip it. That's why I'm gonna start at a specific time. Dave Flowers, Luscious Locks. Do you think the report will create possible buying pressure from whales and hedge funds or just from retail? It could create it from both. SEC says nothing's wrong, right? So that gives a lot of firms that may have been on the fence due to fear of regulatory issues an opportunity to just buy in, right? It's like a green light. You can listen to audio on the Discord and the live audio channel. It looks like it's up and running. There were some issues with it yesterday, so I hope it stays that way. I think the inclusion of may have covered is actually really interesting because they could have just said the shorts likely covered, right? But by saying may, and then, also referencing the ETFs in which GME is contained, where we know there's a significant percent of this short interest, um, Well, jacked my tits. I'm not gonna lie. Did you deposit some cash? I mean, always be funded, right? I have cash in my other accounts. My WeBull account has some. Probably not enough to like do much, but can you elaborate point 3 of your DD? I will. What was the available shortable float in January 2021? FTD squeeze paper, GME V14, if you remember, says 21.9 million shares. Do you think that's correct? Reading figure 6 and counting up the shares. It could be with institutional ownership. Yeah, it may have been about 21.9 million shares. But short interest is representative of the entire free float, not float available, which was, like 58 million at the time, I think, or something like that. 56 million. 54? Might have been 54. Well, 3.5 and 5. I mean, news media is using it to shape like a FUD narrative, of course, right? The expected sources, Motley Fool, CNBC, Market Watch. Are you going to turn the stream into an AMC theme? You know what I loved best in the SEC report was that they really specifically state that GameStop was the only play. In no uncertain terms, which I thought was hysterical. Yeah, they don't even come close. So I put all my money in Dillard's. All right. Yep, it's about story time. We could drop below 180, yeah. We'll see. Only 35,000 shares borrowed so far. All right, so oh wait, no, that's not it. Ah. All right. All right, so these are the main points that I wanted to talk about, and to mostly just try to keep this short. I'll answer questions after. Um, So first things first, according to the report, there's no gamma squeeze. There was no short squeeze. January's events were simply an unfolding of natural price discovery based on a extreme retail interest in the stock. This is what they're saying. Um, so what's weird about that is point number two. The vast majority of trades on GameStop during this time period were internalized, according to their own statement, which you can see below highlighted in green. 80%. So that means that 20% of the retail trades that made it to the lit market were able to raise the price of GameStop 2,700%. I kind of want that to sink in. So of the total trades that occurred, 20% of them raised the price of GameStop 2,700%. Yeah, that was a dramatic pause. And so somehow during this, additionally, point number three, uh, the SEC's reported number of 109.26%, or Bloomberg's 140% short interest that was reported, was covered by only buying 34 to 40 million shares at market based on the graph they gave us. So it looks like that the volume necessary to cover that amount of short interest never actually occurred. What we do see is significant interest in ETFs and derivatives puts at the time of these, like at the end of these events. And then at that same time, we see a massive decline in reported short interest on GameStop. Basically, they looked at XRT, they saw that, NAV was relative and moved on. But I highly suspect that the shorts are probably hidden in ETFs or ETF derivatives, which, explains why we run T+2 after every ETF cycle. And then they also stated in no uncertain terms that GameStop is, in fact, likely continues to be and was the only play in January. AMC with a reported short interest of like 11.4%. So I also wanted to note that this is the FTDs for September 21st. We were looking at this date specifically for a large spike in FTDs. On GameStop, we only saw 300,000. But on GameStop containing ETFs, we see right here that there are about 10 million FTDs. So thanks for pointing them out for us, Gary. We appreciate it. That's likely where the shorts are. Questions? I know this one they didn't cover. No, probably not. Let's go, Brandon. Who's Brandon? Oh, thank you. Can we see the SI of ETFs? They're all over 100% short. ETFs don't have like a float size. What will Gensler say this morning? I have no idea. So the run of other memes could be a byproduct of shorting of GameStop via ETFs. Yes, exactly like I described in my weekly DD days before this report came out. So this goes back to, if you guys saw my video on like the GameStop story, this goes back to that in a lot of ways. I had assumed that Citadel, Susquehanna, Point 72, these really big entities were short short GameStop via ETFs, right? Like not directly shorting GameStop itself, but they were short all these ETFs after the COVID crash as they assumed that retail was dying, right? Amazon had just made more money than ever before. E-commerce was picking up in a way that nobody had imagined going into the pandemic. And, you know, nobody could go to a mall or a shopping center, right? Due to restrictions through the CDC and the government. And so they went short. It was a good bear case, honestly. I think they went short as broad a swath of American retail as they feasibly could. And the best way to do that is through ETFs. And in doing that, you know, Melvin was in there just naked shorting the shit out of GameStop into the ground. And right around the events in January, or Ryan Cohen's buy-in, I think they kind of found out that they were both short GameStop in a way that neither one of them had really intended. Which is why we see Citadel bailing Melvin out during January's run-up. It doesn't change this coming January's theory. Unless we MOASS right now. How many shorts are hidden, or is there a way to find out? You know, me and the guys that were doing the research on this actually have some data on that, but we had no confirmation that the shorts were fully in ETFs. We still don't. I'm sure that a significant portion of that short position was packed into these futures contracts as well. Who the hell knows? Lotion motion. Much higher. I mean, SEC said 120%, but Bloomberg reported 140. I read your morning synopsis and put off going to work to hear your thoughts. You do not disappoint. You definitely have the best daytime TV show. Thanks, Girded. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate it, guys. So you think November will fail again? Possibly. You mean December? December's the fail. I think November will run because that's the ETF quarterly expiration spike. What do you make of the 900K unique trading accounts on the 27th alone? More or less retail than you expected. More than I expected, but, you know, FOMO. And the FOMO was massive, right? The news media was reporting. Everybody, people who'd never invested in their lives were opening accounts and buying GameStop. Also from the report, it seems you were right that one single big entity might be managing all the shorts. Yeah, I'm sure. And I suspect Citadel, due to their lack of reporting requirements. I think current SI is higher than January. I mean, for a long time, I've told you guys that they did not cover enough during January to cover the short position. I've said this. It was back in my buy and hold DD. If you guys check that out on my profile. I even tried to kind of show what the SEC is showing here using OBV. Obviously, like, I don't have access to like CATS or ACATS data, but in a very similar way, if you look at their where was it? Hold on, I gotta find it real quick in the report. Is the short interest? No, that wasn't it. If we look at their short interest, it kind of, short interest of GameStop over time, it sort of mirrors. Oh, here it is. This sort of is, if you look at this and then look at like GameStop's monthly OBV, it's just the inverse, essentially. Using my power to underline the message, hedgies are fucked. Yeah. Does it impact 1021 and 1026, 28 at all? No, it shouldn't, because they should be forced to cover during those periods. Just change your mind on how high this launch will go. They didn't even start to cover anything. No, I always thought it could just, the potential was infinite. Coincidence the report was released T plus 35 from November 23rd? Maybe. I think November 24th is the correct, or the date that we'll run. There's a potential we could run on the 23rd, though. ETFs and market makers, APs and market makers have different settlement windows. Yeah, November 24th, and then the futures window in December. Rolling expiration dates. You can check out my DD on Reddit for that. So retail had a more serious role in the buying pressure. According to the SEC, retail was solely responsible for the buying pressure. Why are people assuming that RC can now do some magic to start MOASS? Wishful thinking. Gary Gensler, thanks for your DT when writing up this report. Next time we'll cite you. GameStop is still radioactive, people. Thank you, Gary Gensler. I appreciate that. You smooth-headed son of a bitch. Could they cover with one share getting traded back and forth multiple times? Sort of, but no. They need to unlock a significant percentage of the float in order to start doing that. So January was nothing more than a retail pump and dump, apparently. But it wasn't, right? Did you read the AMC report? But do you feel like Cree and has gone mad with his AMC obsession? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Quick look at our thoughts in the Discord before open. Some info from the quant team. Well, I will. Yeah, I'm aware. So back when we were looking into these ETFs, we actually ignored a lot of them. So that FTD information may not actually be complete. That 10 million FTDs, because we saw that GameStop wasn't super heavily weighted in those, but I don't think we factored in the fact that GameStop is now far more valuable than it was when they reported that when they last reported the weight of GME in their ETFs. And so because GME's value is up, they're now more heavily weighted in those ETFs than they were back then. So you had like XRT representing 20% of its weight as GameStop back in January. Ding ding. Yeah, market's opening. All right, so I'm going to clip that so everyone can check that out at their leisure. So, yep, shorting the open as expected. Volume's still low. Daniel, do you... Okay, Quant guys. Do you guys want to just write me a synopsis of your thoughts or what you're discussing? Mr. Ko-Fi and a super chat. Okay. If November runs, do you think this October will basically contribute to it? Yeah. I just want to say thank you. You're an absolute unit of a pickle. Thanks, Ambergs. I appreciate it, man. And then morning, you big handsome. Does Gary Gensler not understand that I have a super yacht to order? This unavoidable catastrophe can't take much longer, surely. We'll see. Well, don't forget that we also have some expected buy pressure coming in today. Oh boy, volatility about to pick up. Yeah, no, just not gonna give me the fucking options data. Sell me options, WeBull. We just went up $5.15. Yes, we did. Oh, I missed this. Missed it so much. They got about a 70-cent spread at the $1.60 or at the money. Holds me. Hopefully the AMC people will finally realize they've been played. No, they won't. I think all my orders filled already on that dip. One of them didn't, but that's fine. They think they falsified the AMC SI on the report. No, they didn't. Now, AMC probably also has short interest in ETFs, but not nearly to the same extent. Cope, seethe, and dilate. Popcorn stock. Everyone remember, you can catch more flies with honey, but you can catch more honeys being fly. Thank you, Dandelion. I don't want to look at the top post on our AMC stunk. I don't care what they do. Jim Cramer saying Adam Aaron's pulling off a miracle. I think most of the short interest that was on AMC got covered in its run up to $70. Sharp increases during which accounts held by firms known to staff to be covering short interest in GME were actively buying large volumes of GME shares. Shorts were covering, just not a lot based on the data they gave. Cup forming over the last 3 minutes. I think I uploaded the clip already. I'll double check just to make sure that it's up. Yeah. It's up. MOASS button ready? Could be. We'll see. Surely they knew that releasing a report like that would cause more FOMO, right? I can add. Should I add it to all? Maybe it's not in a playlist. Oh, it's not. I put it in the video DD playlist. So you guys should be able to find it now. Thoughts on bird watching? Not really my thing. YouTube thumbnail game has steadily been improving over the past few weeks. Well done, sir. Oh, I think Average Joe made today's. Yes. Today, thanks to Average Joe. Does this report give leeway to RC GameStop to do as they please? Not if there's continuing investigations. This report in no way says that investigations into the stock are done. Right? This is just a report about it. But also a reason you don't see any incriminating evidence or anything like that is because they would never release that until, after a court trial or like a trial occurred. Or, people would plead out. Yeah, you're right. All right, so one second. I'm just gonna update Reddit, guys, and then I'll. Retail ETF baskets. AMC equals hubris. So does the short position on GameStop. Can you show part of your screen with GG Live on CNBC? I can't watch it live. I can't show CNBC's content. They'll take that channel down. Yeah, they're definitely not done. They only subpoenaed Burry a few weeks ago. The investigation's definitely going to continue. There's times DFE on stream today. I don't think that's going to happen. No problem, damage reduction. But maybe somebody can let us know, what Gensler's saying. I'm sure it'll be like the clip will be uploaded to Reddit. That subpoena was only a few weeks ago. It feels like years. Calls on DFE tweets. I hope, but I kind of also hope that he's just doing his thing. Any violent upward potential to that? Mikasa, we went up $5 in like 15 seconds. Clarification on the Discord. So without reading that, ETFs use futures? That would be interesting. An ETF will purchase a futures contract, then offer securitized versions to the investors. The ETF doesn't take possession of the underlying asset, but continues to trade contracts to keep the futures ETF running. The fund will purchase a contract so that it mirrors the index and that is designed to track. What this means for investors is that the futures ETF is a prepackaged mini portfolio designed to track a futures index. This keeps them from battling the price of a basket or getting exposure to a commodity without building a cattle farm or feed silo on the front lawn. So to have some flexibility in tracking an asset, ETFs may use future contracts that roll over when the opportunity arises. This helps the fund keep in line with current market conditions, thereby maintaining tracking accuracy, which would explain the lack of movement in the NAV. However, futures are not perfect, so there can still be tracking errors. But overall, futures will help make ETFs an attractive investment that give investors access to certain market or assets without the hassle of rollovers, expirations, or multiple fees, basket pricing, and many other factors related to trading. Futures ETFs also continue to evolve with actively managed ETF futures popping up around the marketplace. One particular issue with the futures is their accuracy. Futures are designed to accurately track an underlying asset's price, but since these derivatives have time value due to future expiration, interest rates are also a factor. Actual versus perceived value plays a role in price fluctuations as well. Prices change, interest rates move, and traders have different opinions. All of this can cause blah, blah, blah. Contango and backwardation. Interesting. Huh. Well, that would explain some futures exposure. Did Moose sell CCs this week? I don't know. Stuff. Refresh my WeBull. Ew. That's fine. Long-term trading is more profitable. Always. Versus trading. November MOASS. Whatever. Gigi said long-term trading is profitable. Buy and hold stocks, except for GME. Sell, sell, sell. I mean, aren't we long-term investors at this point? Almost. Some of us are. What's your opinion on eToro? I'm scared that we'll go bankrupt during MOASS. I don't really know that much about them. That random guy. Look at their like assets under management. I'm sure they can provide liquidity necessary. Ew. Nope, it's just gonna fall. What are your thoughts on PFOF if done transparently? I don't really care about having to pay a fee to execute a trade, like a commission. That seems pretty accurate, Oracle Dan. Fidelity at 693K available to borrow. All right. What's your opinion on stealing if done transparently? Scottrade was $7 a trade. But PFOF does help retail get started at a lower cost, I guess. There's other ways for them to make money to cover those costs, though. No, there was 739,000 available this morning on Fidelity Struggle Works. It's now down to 690,000. I think is what he just said, right? Yeah. So like 40,000 shares borrowed, I think. Are they still rolling according to your theory? I wonder if we are. What? They missed the roll. So the whole point of this anomaly occurring is because they didn't roll. See, this is when we should have seen price action from a roll, and we didn't. And so now we're seeing price action here within this window. Yeah, come on. The 26th is one of our FTD dates. So these three lines represent the first, second, and third fail dates from the future cycle. This represents the settlement period right here. So price action should peak here on the 28th, but the settlement dates at the 26th, the 21st, and the 13th. Do you need anything from Morrison's? I'm all right, man. Thank you. Net price action is from the covering of fails accumulated on the roll expiry, right? Yes. Any thoughts on SDC, Smile Direct Club? Wall Street bets pump and dump. Although apparently pump and dumps can run up 2,700%, so maybe. Busy this morning. So does this change your DD for upcoming dates through January? No? More sure of it now than before? No. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Dan's Band. You can title my DD The Inner Workings of Gettysburg Printer. Can you see my message? I can see it, yeah. Why am I on top chat again? Here's what I don't get. Why does YouTube switch you back to top chat? Cookrack wants to get rid of options for retail because they don't do research. I would argue that the people who have written the DD on GameStop have done more research into GameStop than the fucking SEC. YouTube wants you to ignore the pores. Maybe, but it's not the it's like the billionaires that are bitching about not being heard. Every time you resize the window, it switches you. Seriously? That's annoying as hell. Yeah, we pay to be heard. Oh, Bear Power, thank you so much. A lot of AMC fanboys and GME insecure holders today. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what in that report was fucking bullish for AMC. That's not true claw range. Does T plus 35 work in the same way for ETFs? Yeah. They have different settlement periods. I keep waving at you, but you don't wave back. Can you see me, or are you on top chat again? I can see you, JFresh. I wonder how that would work. Why would top chat filter out billionaires? Hey, Corey. Maybe it's because they've already paid, and like people who haven't get recognition, and then they're incentivized to pay. Maybe that's why YouTube does it. 1015, 100K computer share buy coming in hot like it did yesterday. No. What was bullish for AMC in the report? Well, GME DD is AMC DD. Nice. If AMC was important, it would have gotten a report, right? Can you remove the Duracell batteries out of the SPY? I cannot. Good morning, Gareth. I'm convinced that certain keywords make it so you cannot see messages. You can see this message, but I posted another message 5 times and no success. It's possible if you're using like words that YouTube has banned, your message won't show up. So maybe try just rewording the other message, Dr. Stonklove. Or DM it to me on Discord and I'll just read it from there. Is being bad worse than being unimportant? We have 2 months until AA dilutes the shit out of the stock again. Yeah, I know. Did you talk to WeBull about yesterday's glitch? I sent them a support ticket. I've copy and pasted my comment about 10 times. Okay, this is the first time I'm seeing it. Someone actually figured out 741. Okay. I thought we did yesterday. It's Quaaludes. No, because I was setting up for this stream. I really don't have time in the mornings, Brad. Sorry, man. Poor delusional AMC holder, short seller enrichment commission. take advantage of the January cycle. Are January 21 calls best, or should I go to February? February would be best because it's like the end of January. I read it, Jay Fresh. Are you just trolling extra hard today because you love the SEC report so much? No, the November 23rd, 24th dates have nothing to do with MOASS. So out here, on November 24th, you have T+2 from the expiration of GME's monthly contracts on the 19th. And then we have the ETF quarterlies also expire on the 19th. So we have T+2 and T+3 from that date, which is November 24th and 23rd. So November 19th is their expiration date. And you have T+2, T+3. This has happened several other times as well. This has happened in August here. We had it occur back here in May. Again here on the run up in February. We have it out here in last November. Sanjit? Good morning to the Pickler. Hope you are very fine. I want to say I like the hot fashion. Thanks to the nice community we have going, and let's do smile. Best regards, Sanjit from New Delhi. Sanjit, best regards to you. I'm proud to hold with you, sir. 60 to 40% GME versus popcorn second game. Well, suffice to say now, 100% GME. Am I doing this right? Seems good. Not financial advice. Yeah, no worries. Guitar. Change from portrait to landscape on my phone. Went back to Top Chat. Sanjit for fashion. What's your take on the report? If it's in the DD, I'll check it out there. Just got into the stream. Yeah, Quarter Pounder. There's a video from this morning that I uploaded on the video DD channel, and you can also check out the daily. Shame about AMC. I want all the apes to get their money. $185.50 bounce, 186.20 bounce. So excited summer's finally over. Matt Kors has already gotten his money from his viewers. Remember when AMC did a celebrity ad? No, and no one cares. Yeah, well, I think DRS will have an effect on the underlying FTDs, making them so with DRS, these are FTDs. Versus buy and hold. I think that's primarily what we're gonna see from DRS. Now both of these strategies will at some point uh, reach a level to where a share recall could be necessary. DRS just does it faster. Give me one quick second, guys. I gotta grab something real fast. All right, sorry about that. What do you want to suggest options for a few months out for GME? I've bought some. I don't suggest them, but if it's something you're interested in, you could look at it. Can we stop saying AMCers need to sell and buy GME? That is pretty close to market manipulation, as the sentiment comes directly from trying to cause a squeeze. We buy stocks we like, that's all. Well, yeah, I think so. So you would prefer that people say GameStop should be liked more than AMC? That's not market manipulation. It's actually theoretically impossible for any social media public forum to manipulate the markets, as the ideas and opinions expressed are just that. If I understood it correctly, you expect us to start getting shorted to shit on the 28th at some point, or is it after the 28th? It could be before the 28th. It depends on how many FTDs they have left to cover in this cycle. But yeah, I expect their ability to short will increase after the 28th. It's probably because you wrote shit, by the way. That might be why it didn't pop up. No, I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure YouTube will hide your comment if you use a curse word. Maybe because all of their buy orders will be internalized. They will be. No, they had to cover 300,000 on the 21st. Sahib. You change your chat to live chat so it doesn't censor comments. I did. Yeah, I'm on live chat. It still censors them. YouTube internalizing comments. Downward movement after 190 was shorting or just normal market action? Shorting. There's some shorting that went on. Also, day traders getting out that bought the dip. There's probably also people selling out of their options contracts on the spike here. But they borrowed shares right around that point. Actually, let me check the options data also. $100 puts. Looks like they bought some 190 puts for this Friday. Anything else in the money? No. So, like, some 190 puts came in, but not a significant quantity of them. Do you think they might try to cover early this week to avoid gamma exposure going into next week? It's possible. But the fails are going to occur on the 21st, so I don't know how they cover that earlier. I mean, they could, but traditionally they don't. I'm not sure what's harder, waiting patiently for MOASS or trying to find your shadow band. No, shouldn't be. Callum, are you subscribed? Do you have notifications turned on? This will help. Some people have said that, but other people have come in here that just get it like suggested to them. I'm a bit new to the terminology. What exactly does it mean that they internalize trades? They didn't trade them on a lit market. There's a reason Kenny's aged 10 years this past year and it ain't AMC. Yeah. Some heavy bags he's holding. First thing I did was scroll all the way to the bottom. Note 117, page 42. The staff didn't find evidence for a gamma squeeze. I might be confused if the SEC has already. Well, I'm sure they got an injunction against the implementation of it. Very unlit. Theta doesn't speed up if you go out of the money. It increases. Are most people missing that the report was for the Senate on what happened in January and not the whole story? I think everyone's aware that it's not the whole story, right? AM Guitar, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon dude. Let me get you a song going because Streamlabs is not working.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
What do you think Citadel is fighting so hard about in the report, or SEC infighting over what's being included, excluded? When? What's that based on? If the report says January retail FOMO, how did retail trade almost $1 billion volume at end of January? Retail can't come close to those numbers, you'd think. Someone put their pickle in my jar. Thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that, anonymous donor. Funky song ain't bad either. Thank you. Credit to Ben Saft for writing that for us. Thanks, action. Surely they know it was rolling ECF options and futures. They're not acknowledging that, though. Did I miss anything Pi-Fi said about the report? There's a video over on the Video DD channel, Brandon. You can check that out. What happened to my name? No one look at me. Oh, I see what's happened here. It's okay. 'Twas I. Wait, what did you do, guys? SEC infighting over what's being included. I'm sure they could have included a lot more incriminating data, right? But if they're pressing charges, or there's activity going on behind the scenes, or illegality occurred due to like a rogue trading desk or hubris, um, then that information they're not going to publish, right? And they're not going to publish any information that points to that. They said what needed to be said, to give a fully fledged report to the Senate, and then that's it, right? It's the government. They're going to say as little as feasibly possible to get their point across. Is using IEX, DRS, or a market crash our last hope for a squeeze if the SEC won't do anything? No, we don't need anybody to come in and save us. We also don't need a catalyst. The catalyst is built in. I've been saying this forever, and no one gets it. The price of the stock keeps going up. Higher lows. And more illiquidity. It's a squeeze. We're in it. It's just slow. Here. Maybe this will help you visualize it. GameStop's price consistently going up. GameStop's volume consistently going down. I will admit that WeBull is not the best platform to show this on, but it's visible enough. Kirk definitely has Betty Davis size. I don't need to add you on Discord. You can just send me a link. You can just DM me. As long as you're in the Discord, you can DM me. Because we're in the same channel. The only way you wouldn't be able to DM me is if you're not in the Discord channel, Jack Stonk. Wife just asked me to send her a link to the stream so she can listen to it as she runs errands. Gonna go ahead and sign off on you being her new boyfriend preemptively. All right, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Dance Band. But a note on that: my schedule is pretty packed with other wives, so you're gonna have to find like another. You're gonna have to find a window, and currently it looks like I don't have anything available till January. Was Frank your burner account? You created the kidnapping for internet clout? No, I wish. Crazy how retail buying 100 share blocks into the lit market run up for the price in January, completely ignoring that retail buys far fewer shares and almost always into dark pools. 20% of retail orders that made it to the lit market ran a stock 2,700%. It's right in the report, man. What? I told my friends to buy in November. Bob, how are you? You sleeping enough? Nah. I have enough coffee in the AM. No. When will we see Stefan? Is your electricity paid for? Probably. Final question. How much for you to do a full stream with no hat? Oh, I don't like it. I already clipped a video covering the report, Rems Tang. You can check it out. It's in the Video DD channel. I can imagine the number of people playing MOASS would be significantly more than any other MMO. GME will be forever immortalized. I will say this is the most time I've ever spent farming a video game. You the new Zakir? Well, he's busy too. Zakir doesn't date other people's wives. He just marries a bunch of people. Osnadian, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club right after this glorious chant.
I want to be a Dillionaire so freaking bad. So freaking bad. I want to be a Dillionaire so freaking bad. So
I wish I was your friend in November. I would have had 2 or 4 times the GME right now. Or you'd have a lot more money. Either way. I was trying to get my friends to buy fucking call options. How much for you to smear peanut butter on your feet? How much you got, J Fresh? $100 GameStop. That's the price. If you want to pay it, it's up to you. Holy moly, I missed the warning. There was a chat coming out of my office. I just watched you DD on the report vid. Thanks to that. By the way, who's Brandon? No idea. Does that make me your friend? I bought those call options. No. This cult has the best theme song. Grandpa John, for no hat stream or half a stream or 15 minutes of a stream, maybe I'll take my hat off later today when my head feels gross. How much for you to finally explain VWAP? Me nor the SEC are explaining VWAP to anybody. Are you insane? That's billions. Not at current market prices. How could all these experts be wrong? It's pretty easy. I saw you once without your hat on. My reaction was the same as when a dad shaves his beard and the baby sees him for the first time and cries. I too cried a little. That's okay. Look, LA Times is the largest paper, and they say SEC debunked conspiracies. Its editor, Norman Pearlstein, was a liar. And now that I think about it, how could all these experts be wrong? Okay. It's 2,100, 2,100. Bitcoin's value went to zero, and the global currency is GameStop stock. All right, Tom Tom. I like the way you think. No, it's going to be the NFT dividend. I wish I bought in pre-January. I'd probably have 10x more shares. Did they cover Summit Open? It's possible. Yeah, they might have thought FOMO was going to come in, so they covered the FTDs or the gamma exposure, sorry, at Open. Clancy Gilroy. I don't know who Brandon is either, but I see AMC peeps commenting, "Let's go, Brandon," all the time in WeBull chat. Weird. Darth Dan, 49 plus 20. Grandpa John, 69 out of the 18,711 needed. Thank you so much, Darth Dan. I appreciate it. Yeah, if just so you know, that only JFresh gets the peanut butter foot picture. It's not going to be public. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much, dude. Is it a NASCAR thing? Google it. Sounds dumb. For 100 GME, it better be a video. Sure. Dude, I'll fucking walk around in a cookie pan full of peanut butter for you if you want. Squish it between my toes. I'll record that shit in 4K. But it's 100 GME shares, JFresh. You to me. Direct transfer. Plus fees. You want chunky or creamy? If you do it on the dip, it'll be cheaper. I thought 100 GME share price was for the no hat stream. I don't want a foot pic of you. Gross. I just want you to take your hat off for the rest of the stream. Oh, okay. I would have done that for less than 100 GME shares. Clip it. Since my wife thinks I'm watching Pornhub in the corner with royalty-free music and chants, would you consider the per-mullet version of Ron Jeremy playing Gherk in the GME docuseries? No. I can't stand Ron Jeremy. He looks like the Penguin from Batman. Freaks me out. For 100 GME shares, I'll cannonball into a vat of creamy peanut butter and backstroke in it for an hour. They'll just drown. We now have $75. Hat off, please. Praise be to the Lady View up. It's not enough. Two Gurks, one cup. No, that's the Reese's Cup video. Your weekly GD was expecting some upside today, right? I mean, we had some. I wasn't expecting a lot. $197.50 and 190 C's. Let's go. Nice, A user. Keep the hat on, otherwise no one will recognize you. So no more today? We could have more upside. I don't know if they've covered their gamma exposure yet. They might have covered it right away, right? Like right out of the gate. In order to like get it covered before any possible FOMO kicked in from the FCC report. But they may not have covered it yet. I don't know. There's really no way to tell, right? Like we had volume at open, so it's possible. I didn't expect today's volume to be like over like 1.5, maybe 2 million at most. I'm excited for Thursday too. I just have PTSD from Thursdays and Fridays. Yeah, no, that's understandable. Very rarely do we see one of these dates fall near the end of the week, actually. If you go look back at them, it's pretty rare that GameStop runs into the weekend. But I expect we could run Thursday, maybe early Friday, and then probably down towards max pay to close the week out. What's the wildest thing you would do for 1,000 GME shares? I don't know. I agreed to the 100 GME shares because my feet have been a little dry, and I feel like the oil and the peanut butter would moisturize them well. But I have plenty of GME. I'm not really worried about it. I want to take a nap, even though I just woke up. Later, Trippington. The density of a human is almost exactly that of creamy peanut butter. Interesting. Can you have enough GME? Yeah. I did talk about the report. I clipped it. It's over in the Video DD channel. What are capers anyway? I don't know. Little salty green things. Send your fee picks with some DD to the SEC. No, T plus 35 is on the 21st, level 6. Since you have plenty of GME, you could do a gift a share giveaway and chat and truly break YouTube's chat with all the numbers being tossed around. No. Not giving away any shares. Nice try, Fluffiosa. You're still looking into getting into weekly options tomorrow, or if it dips enough today, I would pause. I might buy more today if it dips more. I already bought some this morning, which I'm getting burned on super hard. Do you have long hair under that hat? No, I cut my hair. I used to have long hair. Gherkin foot pick NFT dividends. It could be priceless. You giving away shares on stream would be the most effective FUD ever. I guess, yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting rid of any of my GameStop. I only get more. That's got any hobbies? No. Making money, sleeping occasionally. Um I like to cook, but I haven't been able to in a long time. Capers, well, yeah, capers are pickled. Caper finance. Yeah, I used to do things and then I bought GameStop. Are you considering grabbing any puts on the 28th to ride the shorting down? Maybe. We still have like 2 weeks of this cycle that I want to see play out first, right? Don't you need a positive EPS in order to issue any type of dividend? That's based on the um like their corporate filing. I'm not sure if they do or not, but they might, yeah. It's likely that they need one. Like they need a positive quarter to release a dividend. No, still haven't found a new place yet. I thought I found one, but I'm not sure. They've yet to get back to me. It's really hard to find a place to move. It's like a big pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm definitely not raffling away shares of an equity. That sounds illegal. We raffled off a GameStop gift card, but that wasn't gambling. That was just like a good time. And fell within the terms of service. How are you getting into day trade? How'd you get into day trading? I'm new to the stream, so apologies if you already told this story. Got any good resources to share? Was it your finance degree? It was actually a professor of mine from college that kind of suggested I try it and gave me a couple books on the subject. I was feeling very disillusioned at the time with my career path. You could check out Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John Murphy. It's a good place to start. It's old, but valuable information. I bought 10 195Cs for 11.5, partly due to the cycle theory, which I believe. Cool. Did you study in New York City? I studied somewhere. Is it logistical issues with your ex and the imaginary baby in the background stopping by, stopping you from moving out of the borough to a cheaper place? What? What are you talking about, a user? Have you seen my pre-market spy analysis in the Zillionaires Country Club? No. But I'll look at it later. Bid-ask spread is at 40 cents, getting wider. It's almost at 50. Now it's at 40. There's a Mythbusters episode on quicksand that would be pretty good analog for those interested in creamy peanut butter swimming experiment. There's a baby. I hear it all the time. That's crazy. The problem with moving outside of Manhattan is that there's no fiber connections. I would save a lot of money in taxes. I don't know how much I trust the markets after this. You don't need to if you're rich. It doesn't matter if you trust them or not. They just make you money. You just I think it's weird that people trusted them in the first place. There's no guarantee of a fair and equitable market anywhere. It's not like a right as a US citizen. Markets are built on efficiency. Of course they're corrupt. It's a given. We're built different down here, son. I'll be fine in a vat of peanut butter. All right, man. Do whatever you want with the peanut butter. I'm not trying to stop you. Can we haggle? Ooh. Guys, we're coming back up. I should update Reddit real quick. 1 second. All right. A little volume on that one. Ooh, 80,000. Not just a little volume. Why 70K volume but no movement? 70K volume, like, just because the candle's green doesn't mean it was all buy volume, right? Overgame likely defaulting its full depths this Saturday. We'll see. I mean, the SPY already running up to 450. I told you guys that there could be a net effect of money leaving the Chinese markets and that money coming to the US markets. Right? Lack of faith in that market can move capital here, which would cause the US markets to run. Actually, pretend that you just leave to take care of the child in the background, which you actively dismissed. There's no child. $60.5 OTC order. What? Yeah. It's computer share buys. From OTC orders? Why would those be coming in from off exchange? I guess my question is, would you see the market continuing to rally, or are you looking for a good entry point for puts? I mean, I have a long-term short position on the SPY. And the, well, just the whole market, really. But no, I'm not really looking to do anything with it right now. It could definitely flip-flop. The MACD is irrelevant. It's just a reverse-looking oscillator. It doesn't matter what it does, frankly. I just use it to confirm technical analysis trends. Yeah, the software I use is WeBull, and the link for it is down in the description. Stream filled live from AMC to your center. Also, die spy die. Don't worry, it's German. Everyone says computer share at 10:30, but all we did from 10:30 to 10:39 was go down to 10:40. They meant Central Standard Time. That also doesn't work. Many people mean that the squeeze is over when Gigi said it didn't even begin. Anywhere from 10 to 11. Was that in like a chat conversation with a customer service agent? I think the volume yesterday is from the 1st and 15th set buys in CS. What? Yesterday wasn't the 15th. And we had shit volume yesterday. That doesn't make any sense at all. CS orders go once a year. Anytime GME goes up, it's because of CS. Sure. No, Gigi said that January 27th was neither a gamma nor a short squeeze. They're trying to imply the shorts covered before this. No, they're not. They're trying to imply that the covering of shorts that was done occurred before that. So they're saying it was not a short squeeze. They're saying that they didn't cover. They internalized the losses until the FOMO was over. Thanks, Boyle. Can you DM me that so I remember? My computer share customer service agent was really nice. He also said AMC was the play and silver is the biggest squeeze ever. Did anybody see those like silver nipple cups that I posted on the Discord for when your tits are too jacked? I mean, yeah, I know. And the coolest thing, Domi Dan, is that lines up perfectly with my cycle theory, right? And that like their forced covering ends on like their forced covering this cycle ended. Where was it? Hold on. Why is this the wrong size? 1 second. Here, let me fix this. So there, and then there. So their forced covering should have ended on the 26th. Right? Because that's the, and then this is the settlement window. So while there's some covering that occurs here, this was all FOMO. As they should have been able to short as soon as the forced covering was over. How dare you use data to support your position? I know, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Back to our intraday market manipulation. XRT looks like XRT is not the only GameStop ETF. It's just the one they used as an example. IWM had far more action, right? What's with the large block orders today? I don't know, but 11,800 share sell just went through. Gamer as well. Oh, yeah. Isn't their whole end game to never have to cover? Yes. Can you explain the difference between the T plus 69 cycle and the future cycle? T plus 69 is a rolling total of FTDs. These are primarily tied to the price suppression that we see occur on GameStop every day. The future cycle is separate from that. Those are set dates and fails from that date. So both of those create FTDs, but in different ways. Did this fail cycle start on October 11th or 13th? 13th was the first fail date. You guys, there's an entire playlist dedicated to videos on this topic that you guys can go check out. Future cycle can impact T plus 69, but not vice versa, in other words. Yes. If I'm understanding you correctly. I think T plus 69 can account for deviations in the future cycle. So, like, increased buy pressure out in the window, but outside of the fail dates, is probably related to T plus 69. Do you still think the price is going up today? It could. You know I can't read. They're videos, Corn Trader. I'm not even asking you to read the DD that I wrote. Thank you, Secure. Like how Pickle thinks we read stuff and watch videos, or you just ask him the question 100 times instead. Is that upwards movement a known pattern? It's just an uptrend. How much should I buy puts on AMC? Any idea if they have T plus 35 too? I know not financial advice, but any opinion from you is appreciated. I think they run on the same in the same windows. Pretty sure. Yeah. So like these AMC runs in the ETF windows. So like 524. If we go out here, this is going to be 126. What was the first one? 3. Is it 324? Hold on. I haven't really looked at this in regards to AMC too much. So 113, 224. Oh. So 224, August 24th. So AMC runs with the ETFs, but not nearly as hard as GameStop, essentially. Except for this one, because I think they covered. And in this instance, it ran harder than GameStop. But every other time, it's run significantly less. Covering means buying the shares at market. Closing means closing the contract with the share lender. So while they may have covered some short positions in January, it does not appear that they closed any. Otherwise, they would have differentiated between the two. In my jar, is it possible to do naked longs to make the stock go up? Yes. Sort of. Vis-a-vis derivatives, if that's what you're referring to. They're not really naked. They're synthetic. I'm not shilling AMC. I'm pointing out that it sucks. Thoughts on the uptrend since 165 and potential breakout of the downtrend since 231 on the 1 hour. I assume you're referring to this low trend here. Breakout of the trend since 231. From back here? Slight breakout. I don't like this uptrend. It's not really volume, like this upper resistance isn't really volume supported. Like I would probably prefer something like hold on. I'll pull it up. Like a longer term trend like this. This blue consolidating wedge here. So if we zoom out, see, we had this bounce here, which was relevant, right? Off of that run from August. And that bounced right on the floor of the consolidating wedge, the floor of the ascending triangle, and represents a reversal in the run formations that continually occur. But no, I think the upper side of this is still 225. That's why I think that resistance is so relevant. Yeah, on the intraday, like I guess there's like a small breakout of the price movement within that wedge, but um, I don't. Or wait, no, it's not showing up on my screen properly, right? Like that wedge, but I don't really think that's as telling as like the longer term TA. That short time scale technical analysis on GameStop generally fails. I think institutions bought on August to ride the ETF wave, then help hedgies cover during MSCI rebalance and short back down. Maybe not Renaissance, but others, e.g., iShares, Vanguard. No, Vanguard, I think, remained long. The MSCI rebalance really didn't have a big effect. Why would someone buy shares to help another fund cover? That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't that fund just buy the shares? You don't go long on a stock to help the short. Yeah, go redo the fidelity quiz and lie on it. I mean, that's what they'll tell you if you contact customer service. I'm not an ANC fan. I don't like it that much, but it did make me 25,000 this year, minus taxes. The retail sentiment got so high, I bought and it moved. I don't think it'll happen again. Yeah, I mean there was opportunities. I made money off AMC also, uh, back then, but I sold when they released shares in January because I knew it was going to tank. Do you wear cologne? No, I don't. Not really. I bathe often. Is FTD volume a big thing or market value of them? Both are relevant, and you also have to factor in our liquidity, right? Like we're trading significantly less volume than we were back then. Our bid ask spread is, thousands of percents wider than it was back then. Our bid ask spread back then was like a penny. Our bid ask spread right now is 50 cents. So, yeah, even though it's fewer FTDs, the effect of those FTDs and that's why I said that the upside of this is very hard to predict. I can tell people the floor, but it's very hard to say how high it could go in any single day. I already picked up some GME weeklies this week. 195, 200, 210, and I have 3 240s just in case it MOASSes. I do hydrate. What's the floor? Right now it's at I think I already said today in the DD, which no one reads. Today it looks like it's at 180, 180, 181, 180.96, 181 right there. No, I'm not high. Ew. I have 110 250s. I know you do, man. TDA rep told me logging into the website and watching library videos added to my education score. So watched all the videos and lied on the quiz. Voila, and I'm broke. Congratulations, Cat Talk. Sounds like you're an options trader. Put it on your resume. I think weighted VWAP is already above our current trading price. Oh, interesting. So wait if you. Oh, okay. I did it from the wrong date. That's why. Yeah, weighted VWAP 193.81 right now. GME stays relatively flat while you get out of those options. When will you get out of those options? Thursday. My weekly's Thursday. My November and January shit, not for a while. I read the DD. Please keep making them as I'm usually sleeping due to time zones. Super helpful. Yeah. Not a problem, man. How do I say it so I sound intelligent? Just say you realized large losses on several long positions. Most people won't know what you're talking about. It just sounds fancy. But it's also true. How do people reconcile that there isn't enough money in the world for all of us to get to the moon? I want to be a believing ape, but they're really just going to print money to pay us? Oh boy. All right. The number of people holding at the floors people talk about is going to be very, very small. So while some people may realize 10, $20 million a share for GameStop, the vast majority will not. And when you start to think of it that way, you start to realize that, they don't really need to print that much money to make this happen. Or any. The money's already there. Curator rate, 20% of retail buying in January caused a 2,700% increase. That bullishness is a turn on. Are we resigned or waiting for January now? It doesn't fizzle like August. I mean, there's some potential in the current cycle. I just don't think it's that high. I think we could easily just top out at like 225 this cycle and really not see that much of an effect. Enough to confirm it, but not enough to really see a ton of price improvement. You got to work on your stare into the camera when you do a dramatic pause. Probably. Up 25K on my spy calls this week. Cheers, Girk. Awesome. Glad to hear it, Monkey D. Floofy. If Tesla can squeeze to 5K share, then let GME squeeze already. It is. I showed that earlier. GME's already squeezing, just really, really slow. Is this a bump and run? It's a reversal. Can I copy and paste your DD into the SEC complaint? I don't care. So is 50K a possibility? Seriously? No, the sky's the limit. People won't hold. That's just a fact. Like, I would be super fucking impressed if 10% of the current shareholders make it past $1 million a share. That's just market psychology. You see millions in your bank account, you sell. Usually not as that number is increasing, but as soon as there's a dip. My exit DD prevents that if it's followed. How much would I be worth at $1 million a share? Without options. Without options, I'd be worth more than fucking Ken Griffin is right now at $1 million a share. At 10 million a share, I'd be worth more than Bezos. What, 2K shares? 2K shares times $1 million is $2 billion. I don't know what's going to happen with computer shares systems during a high volatility event. Only time will tell. I hope so. Conrad. Imagine if post MOASS your viewers on average held for the highest prices. That'd be awesome. That's all I've ever wanted for people. I already think that will be true to some extent. Something like that, Madoff's about, buddy. 5x. Plus some options. Don't stop talking about MOASS prices. I'm almost finished. Joke's on them. I only have a partial share. I needed to hit 500 million to make $10. I like it. So with contracts, you can buy the world. No, but I'll tell you when it drops $20 in a day, it fucking stings. My husband's impression of Gherk has morphed into Sylvester of Stallone in those brisk iced tea commercials. He's realizing that I am the alpha entity. It's okay. It'll get weirder, don't worry, Hales. If GME hits 10K, I'm white knuckling to at least 1 million. I've been mentally preparing for months. Good to hear, Stefan. That's brisk, baby. I'm not doing a Rocky impression. Big Johnson's on cat. I know. I don't even have the position open, but I keep getting alerts on my phone. Yeah, it's looking fucking fantastic. For everyone that's been following this cat play all along, you're welcome. Regardless of your position, you're in the best. You have the best opportunity to make more money than you've ever thought possible. Fuck everyone else in their positions. This is about you changing your life. I agree, Zakir. I don't think position size doesn't fucking matter. And the larger your position, the more likely you are to paper hand early. What's this weird upside down ladder attack? This is called systematic covering of what I assume is the gamma exposure from Friday. Maybe a little FOMO. Hope your day is legendary. Can you look at EMF if you have 30 seconds? Run is big, but Death Cross 2x in 5 months. EMA is crossing back up. It looks like it could push. I'd be watching this current resistance at like 185. Make sure it holds. Breaking 200, I don't know. It's got some upside there. There's like it can. 200 is going to be a really strong resistance though. So expect maybe for it to get defeated there once or twice. It looks good though. Like this is definitely bullish. It's a nice breakout. Yeah, psychologicals. So 195, 200. Keep your eye on it. $1.4 million before power hour. We're only 2 hours into the day. Are you going to be the wealthiest person on earth? No. DFE could sell at a price 10 times less than me and still make more money. Isn't RC going to be the wealthiest, at least temporarily? But he's not going to be able to realize that. George Sherman probably can. Maybe that's why he hasn't sold yet. George Sherman also holding for MOASS. Yeah, I kind of want to be watching Cat actually because I'm super far in the money right now. Wonder if GG is in GME. You know what I think? I think that MOASS is going to provide them a perfect excuse now with that report to regulate the markets more. Because now they can take that report and go, look, this is the information that we had. So this happened again because we didn't have enough information to do anything about it. It's a good play. What's your cap position? I have a bunch of 190 and 195 calls and some 210s and 200s. I've been buying them intermittently. For November 19th. As they say, one day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. What's up with the high volume today? FOMO. Don't worry, we're only seeing 20% of the orders. Yeah, 21st and 26th, Adam. Those are the fail dates. I mean, I have my eyes on the 28th because that should theoretically be the peak. But we don't have a lot of gamma exposure. We don't have a lot of FOMO right now. So we may not see like too significant of a peak within that settlement window. Retail buying blocks of 100K orders. 2,700%. One last shot. Do whales experience FOMO or is it mostly retail? Oh, whales chase. But that's also because they can. And they're chasing drives price momentum. So how are the options looking for this week? A lot of calls. I have it open. 1 second. I'll take a look at for like today's movement. Bunch of calls for this Friday came in today. 2.6 million. Just a shitload of calls today for this Friday. Some in the money. Like 500K of them in the money, which is good. It's a bunch of 200s for the 29th, 190s for the 29th. $60 calls coming in. Not a lot, but 19 of them. Somebody's moving into a smaller position. Currently, the most purchased contract is 190. 733 contracts today. $1.4 million in capital. Which represents 1,700. 1.7 million shares worth of open interest at 190. Are we seeing a double top with the SPY? Possible. It's got a little ways to go. So Friday we ride? Maybe. Did you ever work for a fund or markets? I have some experience in the industry. Gert, can you explain to me that if they roll their futures, the price goes from 145 to 345, including the options quarterly, but they fail futures and max 225 potentially? Can you rephrase that whole statement? Do you have spy calls open? No. Like Apple, I think. Am guitar. You just get the premium from the one transaction, Green Knight. It's my all-time highest, 454, so maybe we could get there. Yeah, it's possible. Kirk is buried in a handsome man suit confirmed. So they rolled their futures twice in February and June run-ups, topping at 350, but now they have failed the roll, and the price action might only go to 225. I don't understand this. Surely fail means higher. Well, not if they failed intentionally. Silver Reserve. Knowing that the FTDs this cycle would be lower, and that would allow them to clear contracts. Because the thing that accelerates the fail cycles when they fail is gamma exposure. And so if we don't have a lot of FOMO, we're not going to see the kind of price action that we did in January. Is this concerning, or they're? I mean, it's concerning that they didn't margin call any members, yeah. But probably because the risk represented wasn't enough. We all knew it wasn't a short squeeze. I know. But it also wasn't a gamma squeeze. According to the SEC, the run-up in January was the 20% of retail orders that actually made it to the market. Is it possible the government steps in to stop MOASS? It's possible, yeah. I mean, they could. I don't think they're incentivized to do that in any way. How far out could they have contracted a futures contract from June? What were the dates then that were available? I think they were available out until 2022 at the time. The gamma ramp could have been in order to force them to fail. But we'll have to see how much gamma exposure they build on this cycle, Silver Reserve. Because that's really out of retail's hands. And it also assumes that they know what we know, which may not be true. Top track gets you more gherk exposure. How do they know what orders are what if 80% were internalized? I mean, because those internalized orders still go to the market eventually. Are cover calls sold to multiple traders? I already answered that. No, you just get the premium from one transaction. The amount of delusion on the AMC subreddit is hilarious. I'm sure. If government offers me $1 million a share, put a bow on them. I bet GME 2069's futures they're pulling shares from. I bet they got GME 2069s. You can't sell them that far out. I think the furthest out you could write like a swap for is like 10 years. You mentioned a few weeks ago how the price wasn't reflecting the gamma exposure, so it makes sense that the January run wasn't a squeeze. It's true. So essentially what we saw in January, according to the SEC, is retail buy pressure combined with a gamma ramp, but no gamma squeeze. So like that is a key difference, is that there was a gamma ramp. There was just no gamma squeeze. And if they packed away that exposure into futures and ETFs and derivatives on GameStop, then it's understandable as why there was no exposure to actually cause a gamma squeeze. So from June, they could have pushed it out to January 2022. That's why I was thinking a week or so ago. Well, we have they're semi-annual. So the type of futures contract I think they're using is probably like variance swaps combined with single contract futures or single equity futures, which represent a future of an individual equity. Which it's confusing. It appears that they got rid of, but in fact they really didn't. And those are able to be internalized, which is important, right? Because it means that they don't have to report them. Lila, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate that. Let me hit you up with a sick chant, and then you can hit me up on the Discord with a DM, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
I want to be a
Side note, my smoothest Dillionaire ever.
So freaking bad.
I'm getting good at this.
So freaking bad. So freaking bad. So bad.
Basket swaps and total return swaps. I don't know if I agree with that. The exposure is there, just hedged. No. Yeah, essentially. Retail FOMO causing 300 million shares traded. Yeah, it's a little hard to believe. Yeah, I think it's possible that we're really only seeing like true gamma hedging or delta hedging at higher price points. So the stock really has to run for them to start hedging. How long do you think they can contain these compounding losses? Because that's got to be putting a massive amount of pressure on their portfolio as well. Well, the higher the price goes, the more pressure it puts on, and the price keeps going higher. So, I think the most bullish thing about the SEC report is they confirm that they know MOASS is going to happen. They couldn't say anyone closed because they know it will look so bad on them once MOASS. Yeah. I mean, not that they know MOASS is going to happen, but I think the most bullish aspect of that was that they confirmed that it didn't. Right? It's what is said in the negative space there. Guess who got a random $6 raise and I can afford to invest more money into his favorite stock the longer they drag this out. I'm gonna go with Zach Cross. Zach Cross got a $6 raise. Congratulations, man. That's I hope that's in line with inflation. If you guys didn't get a 5.4% raise this year, you got a pay cut. Is Ader a buy right now? I don't fucking know. Vitamin drops. Shh, maybe. I hate this stock. God, what a pile of shit. Possibly. I don't like the entry, but it's like a little bit of a ramp up to 20. Like, not even a bad one. Plenty of time on the options. They're for the 19th, so. Have you started mentally purchasing private islands yet? Nope. I'll do rich things once I'm rich. Until then, more focused on this. You know what's a great buy? Crocs. How's Crocs doing? It's starting to come back today. I'd almost want to see it a little higher. Isn't their earnings still coming up? When's their earnings, B-Jets? It hasn't happened yet, right? Yeah, I think that's going to be the problem with Ader is you're going to see a lot of bag holders jumping ship. Congress and the Fed working actively to aim for a higher score. Yeah, I'm not sure what people are confused about. They internalized 80% of shares, hammered the put side, ignored margin call limits, and still had to turn off buying to halt the price. I wrote something last night about it. My initial impression of the whole thing that I thought was kind of funny. Yeah, I'm not going to find it. I've been waiting to use this and lord it over the poors. Respect for you, what you do, Gurk. Stefan for MOASS. Thank you so much, Snickers. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the membership. All 4 months of it. People are going to start pulling money from short hedge funds soon. Maybe. I'm sure people pulled money out when Citadel went on its little PR campaign. Do you think there's any FOMO left out there? Was anyone waiting on the SEC report like that? Something like it before getting into GME? Possibly longs. It could be institutions can or feel more comfortable moving into positions on GameStop now. Is it possible there are futures and rolls with ETFs containing GME that are short and have FTDs? Yes. I've talked about this a bunch, Joey. Cat just squeezed to 201. It's running. I put a trailing stop on everything but my 210s. Oh wait, no I didn't. There we go. Earnings for Crocs 1021. Fucking IV crush though. Institutions weren't waiting on the SEC report with bated breath like retail. They'll get to it, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we still hold the floor for them, so. Sploosh Noonlit, I love you. Thanks, Sploosh. How far out do you put your trailing stop loss? On my 190s, I have it at 5%. On my 195s, it's at 7.8. On my 200s, it's at 10.35. And on my 210s, it's at 20%. Would you look at IPHA? 100% of the float voted, and it's been spiking around options and futures rolls. There's no volume on it at all. Penny stock. No correlation here, maybe. And 17 on expiration. It's interesting. But these just look like maybe institutions buying in for that quarter. I don't know if that's definitively based on futures rules. Like the dates don't really, like the volume dates don't really line up. I'm interested in how many different monitors you use in your current setup. I use two, and then I have my phone also, which I'll use sometimes if I need to like look at something else. I just think they can't keep this insane short position and show investors their fund is continuing to grow. Maybe they can keep this up for a few more months, but not more than that. I mean, as long as their growth surpasses their losses, then investors probably don't pay that much attention. And as long as, you know, they can write a solid analyst report that GameStop is worth less, and they have, you know, they've done their fiduciary due diligence. What book did you recommend to become literate in options trading again? Oh shit. I'll have to go check. I can't remember the name of it right now. You can't keep this insane short position and show investors that their fund has continued to grow. Maybe they we went over that. What do you make of the NSCC ignoring margin limits in January? Do you still think 5 to 700 is where they start liquidating? I said 1,000. I think forced liquidations happen at 1,000. I think we could see smaller funds fall at 5 to 700, 5 to 800, 5 to 900. I sent you a small DD in Discord. Okay, Ben. I'll check it out. I would need to know more about it. I think the NSCC is gonna, you know, there's relationships there to maintain. They're not gonna ignore, like, they're gonna mostly ignore a low level margin call that doesn't present a lot of risk. If those margin calls had presented a significant amount of risk, they wouldn't have been ignored, right? And they weren't ignored. They just required additional deposit, right? That is, like, liquidation requires like catastrophic risk. But that's really the goal for all of this, right? Is we want to see GameStop go into that zone where it presents a significant threat to the funds that are short on it. And so what we've been looking for all this time is what catalyzes that movement. What can get GameStop to the price it needs to be for those liquidations to occur. So we're not really worried about going from like 200 to 1 million, right? Because that's just a net effect of the other thing. We're worried about GameStop going from like 200 to 1,000. Citadel, you can look up their historical return rate. I'm sure they do very well. No, not mic drop. I'm done at 1,000. Obviously, I'm going to stay and make sure forced liquidations are occurring. It seems to me as we push past 350, that'll get easier and easier. Yeah. I mean, 300's really the break point there. Most of our volume hasn't, like, if you look historically, most of the volume on GameStop hasn't really traded above 300. Even in January. That's close enough. See how little volume is actually traded above 300? So 300's really the price point they need to hold. We get volatility that spikes above that, but very little actual volume is traded that high. How will we know forced liquidation is occurring? You'll be able to see it in the charts and in the data. Do triangles have to be adjusted for that period that GameStop sold some of their stock? No, not really. Have you checked IRNT today? Seems like a nice bounce from 10. Is it still on the reg show threshold list? That is a pretty nice bounce. Interesting. Ooh, maybe it's time to go long on IRNT. Oh, wait. Do it now. No, not yet. Huh. See, now this is really interesting. Curious. I might do something. I'm gonna do some digging into that now. I can roll all my gains from my puts. Depleting sell side, massive buy orders coming in. Essentially, market orders coming in to meet any ask limits placed. Price gapping, halts. It's not on reg show anymore. Okay. Do you expect liquidations could start at numbers, lower numbers? Yeah, that's possible. But you aim at like the for the median, right? Not the low. No, I've never had one, little orphan Danny. Petition to restart yesterday's debate on whether your triangles are magical GME upmakers. Do you think that after the 28th of October to the 24th, we have a higher floor? Yeah. Not yet. Too soon. Henny M. Way too soon. About spy calls because it was up 69%. I believe my TA is solid. Let's say this thing goes on until January. Following that ascending triangle support, we should pretty much be around 300 support at that time, almost testing the top resistance, right? I mean, yeah, if we just track the support without bouncing off of it. I don't know if that's January. Actually, yeah, it's around January 7th. So yeah, slow, steady climb. IRNT was on Reg Show yesterday. Data for today not out yet. Okay. Oh, it's not that I'm looking for IRNT to break a price point before I would enter it. It's a timing thing. And I have to look at some more stuff. I'm not sure. How much do you think they will short us after October 28th? Down to 150? No. Definitely not. I would say the low side of, let's see, after the 28th. The lowest I really see us going after that point is like 181 to 187, it looks like, on the downside. What's your price target for cat this week? I don't have one. I hope it gets above 210. So my 210s print super hard, but I'm just going to ride it. I have trailing stops set on all my calls over there, so. How do you set a trailing stop on options in WeBull? You can't. Can we sue trade trades for what? 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. No, I had to make coffee. There was issues. And I didn't have any coffee ground, so I had to grind coffee. Sorry about that, guys. Hmm. I am back. If a ticker's been on the reg show list for over a month straight, would that indicate an incoming upward movement? Maybe. Kyle Daniel, I do the same thing. Thoughts on why DRS is needed now as opposed to when 900,000 retailers made GME rise in January? It's not needed, but it's fine. TDA is down to having only a single analyst quoted their expert tipped rank section $50 price target. They had 2 analysts last week and maybe 7 to 10 in the spring. Can you make 900 new retail investors buy GameStop real quick? No. Not pretzels, weird little dark chocolate almond bars. You like Drizzy Drake? I don't know who that is. What do you think would trigger another wave of FOMO like in January? The price going up? Hmm. Hear me out. What if we all just eat lunch at the same time? That's what coworkers do, right? Like a lunch break. Cult lunch. You know who Drake is? Is that the dude that played the disabled kid on Degrassi? Not a big fan. No, I don't like Post Malone either. It is the guy from Degrassi. That's what I thought. I don't understand people that are like fans of celebrity or care about celebrities' lives. Who gives a shit? They're not even important. They just do a thing, usually not very well. All I care about is GameStop. And this insane Trader Joe's snack mix I just picked up. Guys, if you haven't, you get a chance, stop at your local Trader Joe's and check out their new Mini Things snack mix. It's the right treat to help you get through your trading day. I haven't been bought out. I'm just trying to get them to actually pay me. One word answer, please. How did you feel after reading Gigi's report? Vascular. No, guys. The Trader Joe's snacks are bought and paid for with my own money. I haven't received no compensation for talking about their products at all. Turgid and engorged. It's really good though. It's got like spicy Chex squares. They're like hot chili Chex. So you're like a poser shill. Kind of, yeah. $900 price for Q4 earnings. Dope. Aspiring shill. I'm trying. I'm just trying to shill snack foods for the cooking channel. I don't know, you guys are mad at me. This has nothing to do with GameStop. For all we know, Trader Joe's is long on GameStop. Are we still tracking the log trend line from last year, or am I looking at it wrong? We are. We could sell Trader Joe's the Long Johnson pickle idea and then call them Trader Johnson's. Exactly. Congratulations, Mr. Pickle. You have been added to our list and will be contacted by the head of sponsorship within 720 business days. Fantastic, Trader Joe's corporate sponsorship team. If I could sell snacks to buy more GME, I'd do it in a fucking heartbeat. Look at all this advertising space right here. You can just stick your logos all over it. You know who I should call? Monster. They sponsor everything, right? I'll just pretend like I'm jacked up on Monster all day. Or just get jacked up on Monster all day. How much to stick them on you? I don't know. It can be negotiated privately. Based on your willingness to accept sponsorship, I believe I've found the perfect job for you. Senator. I don't think I can handle what you would be like with energy. You've never been here when GameStop was up? I get pretty jacked. Whoa. Was that like a garlic nibble? Huh. Savory bread chip. What donation goal would you need to set to give us a shirtless stream? See, the thing with these is now I have to make them so exorbitant that people are just unwilling to do it. Because I learned my lesson with the perm. I didn't realize that random internet strangers would give another random internet stranger so much money to do silly things. Now that I know that that's possible, I have to account for volatility in the asset. What about merch, but you donate half or something and the rest goes into the... It's like you don't know me, Bob Lewis. I swear to God, sometimes... In a way, I am new to the internet. Like, I don't participate in a lot of internet things, generally speaking. I deleted my Facebook like 7 years ago. I have an Instagram account, but I've posted nothing on it, ever. For some reason, I have like 200 followers. I've still never posted anything. Will you let money change you? Yes, absolutely. You want triangles? I'll give you triangles. There. Nope, technically it's just there. What's with the bid ask spread? It's because options are super illiquid. The more illiquid an option is, the wider the bid ask spread will be. No, it's cute. Man, the chili had a kick. I am just over the moon with this right now. What a good blend. $100 to 1 likes, dislikes, bullish. What's the point of a short ladder? At that point, you could just stand up to reach what you need. When MOASS occur if people stopped playing options? Hmm. No. It could. It'd be very hard. Be very hard to realize those prices without leverage. My triangles always work. You're a wizard, Kirk. But what if we own the float already? They don't care. It's not like they're using real shares to short the stock. Here's what we know. We know that between $300 and $150, they're able to manage their position. Now, you can buy one share of GameStop at 187, and that contributes to the slow increase of this floor that we see, right? This is buy and hold. You can DRS that share, and that increase will be slightly faster. You could buy 190 leaps and have leverage of 100 more share or 99 more shares. How much are like next? How much are leaps? April. Let's say January 2023. 190s are $6,290. Divided by 100. That's $62.90 a share. So, would you rather buy 100 shares at this price or one share at 187? Well, I guess how many shares could you buy for currently? What's the price? 187.27. $62.90. Or 33 shares for the same amount of money. So for the same amount of money, an option represents 66% more leverage on the underlying. A leap. does. Obviously, you could have way more leverage if you weren't so far out. Who gave you my cost basis? I need answers. Yeah, but you've got a year and 3 months for it to break 250, Sahib. Is the SEC report under oath? No, but I think all the statements in it are true, right? To the best of their knowledge. No, he can't be held accountable. And I think he said far more than he could have. If you could save all the non-members watching your channel from homelessness for life or get $50 cash, what would you invest the $50 in? Wait, what? Try again, man. I'm confused. Just take the $50. There's a disclaimer on the front page saying it's just a report by the staff as opposed to an official report. I think the official report probably carries some sort of legal weight. Wasn't this ordered by like the Senate, some Senate subcommittee? I like your explanation of the spy running due to money coming here from China. It's the best one I've heard so far. That makes sense, right? You got to stick your money somewhere, and if the market you've got it stuck in is failing, wouldn't you move it? It's also why crypto's running. Man, Pi-Fi's triangles are killing this week. Based on the SEC report, is your interpretation that shorts covered or have not? There are different threads saying they did and they did not. They have not, in my opinion, covered their short position. They have obfuscated it, but not covered it. No, I don't think it makes sense to sell any of your GameStop position, right? Because then you risk releasing real shares into the market that they can cover FTDs with. But I do think that since we already own all the float, why isn't all additional purchasing leverage based? Right? Like, we already own the float. Why not buy it 100 times over instead of 1x over each cycle? No, but I mean, what would be an even. What strike would be like an even exchange? You could buy leaps at a strike of 125 for January 2023 at nearly the same. Well, I guess 155 for January 2023 at the same, essentially the same price as buying 100 shares. But Super Stonk says options are bad. That's because they're scary and confusing. Yeah, I absolutely think leaps would be preferred. Also, leaps protect you from movement in the underlying. So if GameStop were to drop $20, you would not lose $20 on your, 155 leap. Yeah, it's pretty much a waiting game. I mean, we have these cycles which accelerate our price movement to the upside. The potential for these cycles is large. The more of them we get, the higher we go. Eventually, it'll squeeze. I think we'll see some significant price improvement over the next 2 weeks. I think we'll see a bunch more moving into end of November through January. If that doesn't cause MOASS, which I think it might, it happens again on February or in February. So only up. And it's held true this whole time. People talk about these like multi-week downside movements or upside movements, but overall, GameStop is up. And not just from February, right? Our lows are consistently higher from March to now. SEC report figure 6 footnote 78 seems to imply that firms with short positions data is based only on transactions from 1224 to 115. Can you clarify? Tell me how I'm wrong about that. I think you're right. Right? Possibly. I'll have to look at it again. Charlie Gay Manson. Can you DM me and remind me to check that later? Is there any chance you can include a relatively low cost? There are no, I mean, there really aren't any low cost leap plays. Unless the company's really fucking unreliable. And then, with an impending possible market crash at some point, I wouldn't want to be long on anything but GameStop that far out that I can readily think of. Maybe something like Kroger or, did you miss a Dillionaire? I might have. The Magic Man 153. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. Sorry for missing that. For some reason, it didn't pop up. I appreciate it. Here's a nice chant for you.
Billionaire, so freaking bad. So freaking bad. So freaking bad. So
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support. Your YouTube channel URL is still C Pickle Financial. I know, and I don't know how to change it. We'll do. I'm anxious to. Seems like the data set would be dumb if I'm reading that right, or intentionally obscured. T+2 until 1269 bullish. It's 1269 now. Oh, well, that's from two. That makes sense. I do say that a lot. It feels like people need the constant reminder. Might be worth clarifying that you are making a why options at all argument for people that understand options and not a novices should YOLO options argument because some people are dumb. Yeah, I mean, you should absolutely learn about options. They are part of the market, but don't get into them unless you know what you're doing. They present a great deal of risk. Transfer out of WeBull took about a week to fully complete, more like 8 days total, but it's finally complete. Now only 3 shares left on another Apex broker that I'm not going to bother transferring. Cool. Yeah, my WeBull transfer that I did, like, what was it, last week? I think it cleared in T+3. So it was pretty fast. Did you read the LinkedIn post about GME price being $7.69? Definitely not. Can you tell us what the first price you bought GME was at? I can. I bought my first shares, I believe it was 20 something. Might have been a bit lower. here on the 27th. So either bought them, I bought them somewhere between $13 and $16. And yeah, I was chasing a little bit. Later that week, I believe, is when I bought options. So you say you don't agree with the post or the price? I haven't seen the post. You asked me if I'd read it. I said absolutely not. I didn't say I disagree with it. But GME's current price, $187.13. So it seems like there may be some falsehood there, but we get calls on Crocs, not financial advice, just hypothetical. I'll usually buy them after earnings. So after the IV crush, the next market open. Wait, you don't get all your financial advice from LinkedIn? I need to find a new streamer to avoid work with. What helped you hold through the sneeze? Oh, I had a shitload of options. So I wasn't even thinking about my stock. I only had like 500 shares of GameStop going into January. Like they were up, but they were not my primary concern. And then I figured it would bounce once it hit like once it went back down to like 230-ish the following days. So I just kept holding them. And then we went down to 40 and I was like, well, I'm not fucking selling them now. And then I bought more options and more stock. So I just rolled the profits from my options back into GameStop in February. Between like $60 and $40 in that range. And you bought in at 13, 16. How high were you think it would go? Like 50? The post he's referring to basically compares GME to a tech company based on their hires. It's certainly something. Hiring people does not evaluate your stock in the market. Unless something major happens, like Elon Musk becomes your CEO. I think you should do the share price reading ASMR thing again today. Anytime we get above 187. 187.03. Do you come from a rich family, or how did you get so much from your trades? I do not come from a rich family at all. Quite the opposite. I saved up money from working for a couple years while I paper traded, and I used that money to sustain myself. I made sure I had enough money to float myself for a year and had enough money in my account to trade. And that's when I started trading, and then I grew that capital to where we are today. But yeah, definitely didn't start out with the silver spoon. Maybe like a plastic one or like a spork. Look at Jimmy January 2022 550Cs. So the last price is 3,800. What? Heck is that about? That was probably the last time someone bought one. Was your dad also a YouTuber? No. Thanks, Monkey Floofy. If it's any consolation to people, if GameStop goes to 0, I'll be basically broke. FYI, BB running hard. Interesting. Did you hear that, BlackBerry bag holders? What was your biggest play? GameStop? By far. I just stumbled across a 12:15 reminder. I set myself back in February to look at selling some GME shares for losses to offset other gains for the year. I deleted it. Nice. I got my foot group to agree to donate towards the 100 shares. Can we send you cash, or do you want the GME shares transferred to you? Cash works, JFresh. All of you guys are gonna have to sign an NDA though, and I will retain rights to the NFT. Also, you still haven't declared creamy or chunky peanut butter. How many more percentage points are you bullish after yesterday? Wow. Let me try to break down my emotional sentiment into a mathematical figure. 4.20% more bullish than I was yesterday. Mostly because it would be more, but the SEC didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know. Just clarified some points that there was confusion on. BB is up 62 cents. That's not running. Shh. Just let them enjoy it. They've been bag holding it for a long time. I want the chunks. Chunky? Okay. Natural or hydrogenated? He said the funny number. You know the answer to that? I like my peanut butter like I like my stock. Synthetic and squeezable. How can I make 18,700 bucks turning peanut butter on my feet with a camera? I wouldn't use the camera to smear the peanut butter Seymour triangles. Maybe like a knife or a spoon. I would start there. Pi-Fi is doing feed stuff for JFresh now. I didn't see that storyline developing, to be honest. Hey, man. 100 shares is 100 shares. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth or something. I think that's the expression. Were the pickles a smokescreen the whole time? I'm assuming that has to do with the checking the teeth of a horse that someone has given you. Like, that'd be rude. Like, here's a horse. Oh, well, hold on. Let me check its teeth. For those of you that might be confused on our Americanisms. It sounds like you've done this before. No. First time for everything, though. How many percentage points are you bearish on AMC after yesterday? Well, since 100% is the limit in all things besides short positions, I would say it's still just 100%. It's still better than the deal any Dan can lock down behind the Wendy's. Hi, Gerg. RC has pulled in a heavyweight team who are on a mission. MOASS aside, it's a great long-term investment. Yes. Their V short earnings call is also bullish. Their very short earnings call is also bullish, plotting some big moves. I'm excited about the stock. I'm up. But yeah, I agree. GameStop is probably future valuation undervalued. Current valuation probably fair. Maybe a little bit above fair. But that's because historically company turnarounds are difficult and take a long time and are usually unsuccessful. So if they check all those boxes, yeah, GameStop will be worth a lot more money in the long term. Wasn't that the argument people were making for Tesla the other day? It's like, oh, but what about the future? Don't worry. Tesla will try to ruin that too. I haven't seen the Peruvian Bulls inflation thesis, but I want to. Why back hold? I assume it'll run with GME, not skyrocket, but definitely go up. Okay. What are your thoughts on boiled peanuts? I've had them. They're a bit weird. I would say they're probably an acquired taste. Are you from Georgia? Don't look a bar mitzvah goat in the duodenum. All right. Just trying to learn, but could you also draw that wedge from the beginning of the day until now? Is that more reliable? Yes. I'm also assuming that's not a head and shoulders on the 5 minute. Hmm. It looks like a Head and Shoulders. It could be a double bottom. I don't know where the mean to revert to would be though. Down here, at like 183. This just looks like it's consolidating though. Yeah, you could draw it from out here. When did I last update Reddit? I'm gonna update Reddit. This week looks like they're trying to break up the buying for the 21st. If we see it go up tomorrow, that's possible, a user. Right now, I think this is just gamma exposure. Oh, Hand's back. Hey, Hand. Is Gary Gensler still here? Still trying to avoid that son of a bitch? I don't know the real Ken Griffin. He might be. He said you owed him money. So. And something about his sandwich being dry. I think you'd know more about that than me. Are you both of those things, my censored comment. I am self-taught and I went to college. They do not teach trading in college. Just for people that are like, oh my god, I want to grow up and be a trader. No, that's not the place to learn it. I mean, go to college and then work at like a fund or something if you want to learn how to trade. And that's really only going to teach you how to trade other people's money. Why do you hate Tesla? Oh, because I do. Oh, snap. 2 months. Tay, thank you. Thanks for everything, Gurk. Your TA has been so informing, and the stream has been great for the soul. I hope your MOASS is swift and bountiful. Hambanan for Stream Queen. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I was wondering, based on your read of the GG report, did Citadel or the short hedge funds do anything illegal? How much actual crime do you think has been committed? If there was any, or any evidence of wrongdoing, fraud, foul play, whatever, was noticed by the SEC, that's not something they would have included in the report, nor indication thereof. And so I am unsure. I think any crime, like based on what I know about the industry, any crime committed would have been inadvertent or done by a very select few people. I don't think that crime would have been committed on a large scale with the parties all knowledgeable of it. But I mean, you're talking about institutions that are built to be risk adverse. And like, I know everyone's like, oh, why not just commit the crime? That's because there is inherent risk involved beyond the fine. The fine isn't the damage that's done to a hedge fund by doing illegal shit. The damage done is investors not investing with them, losing assets under management. And that does far more damage to a fund than even jail time would. So my VIX call is imploded. You loading up on spy puts for Monday? No. I mean, I'm loaded up on a spy short position. I bought back in after I sold. Same position. Exactly, pretty much. So you think this report was what GameStop said they were working with the SEC on, or do you think it would be something else additional? Something else additional. I don't think the investigation is concluded by any means. Does anyone know what Upstart does yet? No. Who cares? Thoughts on AMC short squeeze potential? 0. Just picked up a black honey processed Costa Rican and thought you would approve. Nice. That's a fancy coffee. All right, Aaron Evans. Well, at least you know. So Jimmy leaps instead of Jimmy stock for more leverage, then exercise them on the way up during MOASS. That's how you want to do it. %, shipping. Trash in hamburger right now. The stream has everything. Okay, Han, Trash Dan, can you guys take this over to the DMs or something? Thank you. We keep holding. Thank you, Muhammad. I appreciate the membership, man. Can you clip that part about the leaps? Not now, because I don't know when it happened. If somebody wants to timestamp it in the comments, I can clip it later. I really want to buy Tesla puts, but I sincerely think it might hit 1,000, even if earnings miss completely. It's possible. Yeah, I think the GameStop report's bullish. Do you think the report was the rug pull that the Orville Redenbacher street gang needed to hear? Based on what I've heard today, no. Still hype for 1021? Yep. I don't care if you're hitting on hand. My point is do it in the Discord. I hype 1021 every year. What do I know? With Tesla owning so much crypto and crypto coming back to near an all-time high, Tesla's numbers will look really good. Probably, yeah. They bought like, but didn't they buy around this point? I know they're not up a lot on their crypto holdings. Like maybe a little bit. Why is 1021 significant? Does nobody pay attention to any of the shit I write? 1021's the next fail date. Guys, the triangle never ended. Look at this. Triangle continuation. It was just a triangle within a bigger future triangle. I could do this all day. Okay, Elliot Wave guy. Good day to you again. I am returned to let you know I will go to the Mumbai tomorrow and won't be in the visiting. Good day to you, and we'll see each other next. Best regards, Sanjit from New Delhi. Best regards, Sanjit. Gopal Krishna Mohinder Patel. Thank you so much for your continued support. Many people here adore you, and safest travels on your trip to Mumbai. T plus 35 from 824. Triangle Financial. The only waves I ever had were in my glorious hair. That's what I'm talking about. That's how I had it drawn. I think after listening to months of streams, I may have finally developed half a wrinkle. Awesome, dude. That's super cool. I'll never forget the first time I drew a triangle and the stock did the thing. And I was like, what kind of fucking magic just happened? It was cool. Good morning. Any thoughts on why the report was released yesterday instead of earlier or later? No. It was done. Once they announced they were releasing it, they couldn't put it off for that long, right? I'm sure it has like a due date or something. Like any other report. At this point, I'm too afraid to ask, who is Sanjit and why do we love him? So Sanjit is apparently, although I suspect he may be someone else, a dude in Mumbai or in India. No, it's not Mumbai. Where's he from? I can't remember where he said he was from. But he's in India, and him and his coworkers watch the stream every day. They all own some GameStop. It's cool. I think you should put some words onto an internet place sometime. I heard there's a spot for people spend time reading it or some such. Okay, cool. I will not explain any of those things, a user. What do you think of Pornhub staff saying that broker restricted the buy of GME may lead to retailers making losses with cold blood and tissue box in his hand? What? You see the GameStop NFT community leads tweet? No. It's supposed to be a 1 p.m. rip or no? It looks like it. Is it bad though I'm reviewing blueprints to estimate a project that all I start to see is triangles? It's just a whole new. It's just going to be the next revolution in architecture. Everything with triangles. It'll be cool. Volume slowed down significantly. Yeah, it's dropped off. I said this morning, right? I only expected like 1.5 to 2 million volume for the day. We might surpass that, but we might not. I think we could surpass it, but only a little bit. Don't lie. It still feels awesome when the stock does the right thing when you draw on it. Ah, it does. New Delhi, yeah, I forgot. I don't understand the sentiment that went retail out of the markets. I see them like a poker table. Don't the sharks in house want uneducated retail and whales coming and losing money? Yeah. But the problem with market participation, this is why they don't teach you about the markets in high school or anything about finance in high school, is because eventually those participants will become more educated. So while their initial contribution to the markets may benefit the house, quote unquote, their later contributions may not. Can't wait for when Sanjit is revealed to be DFE after MOASS. Can you take a look at IRNT again? Sure. Okay. It's consolidating here. Looks like it's going to bounce. If you're just playing it on the daily. I'm not interested in buying into it for a little bit. I got to do some research on it, though. But I see something potential in its future, maybe. I don't know. I'm undecided. We fall into the downside. No, they're shorting our breakout, guys. The next time you order dinner, if it arrives at exactly 7:41, will you become a believer? Listen, RC 741 are lewds. Okay? That's it. I'm going to need to hear a really strong case for anything else before I believe that that's not correct. What kind of volume do you expect for the 21st? Not a lot, honestly. Again, I don't think the volume exists. And generating it requires creating lots of synthetic shares, which creates tons of gamma exposure. But we'll see. How important is float size when considering your buy and hold and options plays? Do you try to look for floats under 100 million shares? Can you please give some insight on this? It really depends on volume and turnover. I mean, if it's got a big float but tons of turnover, then who cares? If I'm looking for like really big price increases in a short period of time, yeah, having a smaller float's definitely beneficial for that happening. My mic is turned all the way up, dude. Apes are getting smarter. Some are. Serious question. In your opinion, can we retail even trust a fiduciary at this point? In my opinion, they may have best intentions, but I think the whole market is too corrupt. The market has always been corrupt. Nothing has changed. It's you just were unaware of it. Um, Fiduciaries have a legal responsibility towards their clients. So if they defraud you in some way, they're liable. They're insured as well, so you can sue them. KPLT. Probably not the best time for me to do this. That's not it. GPLT Catapult. Oh, I've heard of this before. Um, is this just like another one of the D-SPAC plays? Mm. I mean, from a technical standpoint, it looks good. I don't know how high it would run. Maybe like $7. Does it have options? That's a plus. Not awful. I'll check your guys' DD out on it. Why is Bros running so hard? No idea, man. Stocks do that every day. Post Escola is reaching the cerebral palsy stage with a lemon. The long-term trend line, it's the bottom of the wedge. Yeah. If you're going from like out here. Can you turn your mic down, please? Just trying to have context here. Under 25 million is a small float. Mid caps are usually 50 to 100 million. Anything above 250 million is a very large float. Some apes get smarter, other apes YOLO into spy puts in preparation for a huge market rip. Interesting. It's tied to a firm. Catapult? See, the problem with that is that it's more likely that a firm will see the value from the company than Catapult will, because the interest is stronger there. So whenever you're looking at a play, don't look for the cheapest one. Like there's a lot of stocks, like it's like buying SLGG because you can't afford GameStop. Not that there's any correlation between, or AMC because you can't afford GameStop, right? Like where there is a correlation. AMC might be a bad example because of all the volume there, but I think you get my drift. I find it wild at the end of the day, every triangle you draw, it always dips below to recover and finish up. I mean, they use TA also. And moving averages, so. My daughter is asking who this guy is I'm talking to all day. I don't want you to check stock. It's doo-doo. But if you could tell me why a stock would whale T so hard, literal barcode, high frequency trading, Jack Stonk. Look at Nokia on any given day. Usually a large float and plenty of room for arbitrage, but controlled movements. So like companies like Nokia have such a large float that arbitrage opportunities are there for, you know, fractions of a cent at a time. But like a significant move to one side or the other isn't really there. And so high frequency trading can profit a lot off of assets like that. So if you're a popcorn holder and they don't borrow shares and they return 1.1 million shares, your stock is still going down. Is that a problem? Could be. Favorite candy? Huh. Shit. Reese's Sticks. Or Fast Break. Ooh, that's a tough choice. Stick. I'm going to go with Stick. SLGG about to rip now. Whatchamacallits are interesting. Fifth Avenues are a fun one. They're like a more peanut buttery Butterfinger. Take fives. Sometimes. I've enjoyed one or two, but not my favorite. Trick-or-treating? Of course. I always go trick-or-treating. I don't care how old I am. Someone will give me some free candy. Do you need to be a member to see the DD channel in Discord? Yes. All GME related DD is open to the public, but any other stocks or assets are behind the paywall. Stocks, equities, crypto. Technically, the public crypto channel shouldn't be there either. What king size candy bar will you give out post MOASS? Dude, I already give out king size candy bars. I don't fuck around. I just order boxes of king size candy bars from Costco. And that's what people get when they come to my door. And I give them a selection. Because that's the right way to do Halloween. Don't be a prick and give out miniature candy bars. It's douchey. Also, if you give them like a king-size Snickers, they've split those things in two nowadays. And so they're like nunchucks. So when the older kids try to steal their candy, they can beat the shit out of them. Shut up, Macdrist. No, the mold clippings are far too valuable to give away on Halloween. Also, it rots their teeth and gives them diabetes, which their parents then have to deal with. And I think that's hysterical. What are you going to call your butler after MOASS? How did you know? I'm thinking of getting a Jeffrey. Interesting. I mean, I'd prefer an Alfred. It's definitely like, usually kids just go trick-or-treating within their own building. I think for the most part. What other snacks should we make besides Dilly's? We received 10K in pre-orders for Dilly's yesterday. Almost enough to cover the legal fees from Hostess suing us. Maybe like Long Johnson pretzel rods, but they're green. I'm a valet, not a butler. Foreign Turtle 7441 Moon. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaire's Country Club right after the stream.
So freaking bad.
My butler will be named Cordell. Just so you guys know, butlers, not cheap. Not cheap at all. Like 150, 250,000 a year, depending on qualifications. One's against assets or adjustable, right? Yep. If I make a Sanjeet sighting song, will you use it? Maybe. That's why I got Leaps McGurk. Whoa, butlers, not slaves. All right, calm down. They were an assistant. They run your home in your absence. Let's not equate hiring employees with slavery. Not the same. Yeah, I don't think anybody who's making 200 grand a year is an indentured servant either. No, that's the Noob Van Dam. That's the key difference between slavery and employee. One of the key ones is one is being paid for their time. The other is not. Not how we went down that road. I mean, only wage slaves if you underpay them. They will also care for your child when you and your wife are murdered in an alleyway, and your son will swear vengeance and have a weird obsession with bats. I don't know about that. I'd imagine they'd quit unless their salary was agreed upon in the trust fund. What's up, Vegna? I'm gonna start living in a van and get myself. Oh, butler may not come work for you if your employee housing is a van. One is free to quit at any time. Well, yeah, that too. Although there are employment contracts. I had one once. I was not free to quit. Well, I could have, but I would have lost a significant amount of money. I was disincentivized to quit. Dude, Christy, thank you so much, man. Half a year. Holy shit, I can't believe we've been here this long. Would this fucking thing squeeze already? 200K wages might be... Well, this inflation. You just want someone to call you Master Gurk. No, I don't. That'd be weird. They just call me Gherk. Or Mr. Gherkin. You know, as appropriate, depending on the level of our relationship. I've already told you guys I'm going to make best friends with my groundskeeper, and we're moving in together. And we're going to hang out, and then I'm going to leave him all my money. I was enjoying the image of little kids beating each other with king-size Snicker bars. My wife calls me sir all the time. I could get weird in front of friends and family. Can I be your groundskeeper? I'm not married. What is the 6-month icon again? I don't know. Apparently it's not showing up. And I thought I fixed it last night, but I guess it didn't fix. So I'll try again. Are you leaving everything to the groundskeeper, and then your offspring can fight with him in court over the inheritance? What offspring? You mean my clones? No, they'll be in like little chambers until my brain is inserted into them. I didn't say when I was gonna die. Guess Pivo would never hire us. We've all proven to him that we spend all of our time on YouTube and not working. What if there's a billionaire here who loves hanging out and having a good time, so they don't buy enough to cause MOASS, just enough that we talk about the stock? This channel actually prevents MOASS. So you're saying if I turn the channel off for like a week, that same billionaire is just going to buy a ton of GameStop, and because he'll then be bored? Can you take a peek at Prague? Ugh, I really don't want to. John the Freeze. Stop calling me master. Not cool. It's weird. I don't like it. It looks like it's worth less than it used to be. What else? Oh, wait, this isn't even Prague. This is a different company. Prague worth slightly more than it was. It's looking good. The cross on the daily of this upper resistance is solid. I'm sure all the indicators look good for it. It's got some upside potential, right? If I remember correctly. Ooh, all the way up to $15. How exciting. I'd be looking at like $4.30, $4 for the next maybe the next resistance. What a crazy theory. Billionaires running amok. I don't know what that means. Not Sagulam. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate it. If you are a billionaire, just buy. Oh, is this you? Are you doing this? I hope so. I hope it wasn't just this inverse head and shoulders. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. BlackBerry up about 10%. Cool. Can you take a look at my new EP? Oh man. No. You can DM it to me. How do you feel about pierogies? Aren't they just like little flour balls stuffed with potato? I feel like I've had them once, but I don't remember them being stellar. I know people are gonna go ape shit because I don't like pierogies, but to be fair, I've only had them once. We haven't seen Nutsaculon's mom in a while. I hope she's okay. Me too. So they're gnocchi. They're Polish gnocchi. Pierogies make my poops hurt. I think that's more of a. That's like a different kind of issue. Like a Polish wonton. Lots of different stuff in them. Potato ravioli. Starch issue, I see. They're mashed potato raviolis. That's what I thought. Lack of fiber makes your poops hurt. Yeah. You should just do what I do and take a fiber supplement like 7 times a day. You'll never have to use toilet paper again. Can I get my proper shame for paper handing pigeon whale status? Also, does this mean I get the Dillionaire song for me? Thanks in advance. When did you paper? You were never a pigeon whale, were you, Mr. Diggs? Why did you paper hand, you bitch? Attack him. Attack him in chat on the Discord. Shame. Boo-coo. I was a pigeon whale for like 3 months. I just never go on the Discord. You're missing the best part of being a pigeon whale. I thought you were my best friend. What the fuck, dude? Now we can't even hang out post MOASS. Unbelievable. It's like boo, but with a Q. Like, brrr. It's the opposite of cooing. This is exactly the shame I was looking for. Don't you try to sexualize this. You filthy, filthy paper hand. Han, stop trying to hug the reprobates. This isn't an AMC stream. I'm out. If Pi-Fi gets out of control, can anyone ban him? No. At least I didn't rise to pigeon whale status only to flex my Long Johnson status yesterday on the pores. Do you think the market going up is a bull trap? Isn't it always? My sole purpose in being here is to get into trouble, apparently. I think you just like getting into trouble. You're a troublemaker. Can we get more upsies and fewer downies? I don't know. I thought that Saculon was making the stock rip. Some guy wrote a DD about it needing to gap up. Okay, nothing needs to gap up. It can. It doesn't need to. It's not like, there's this gap. This $3 stock needs to fill this gap at $20. Otherwise, that's bullshit. Has anyone ever thought of the time when we would do that with the speed and timing that helped it get to the time of day when you could going for a walk with both hands and swinging and the wind blowing? Interesting. Half row. Citadel internalized his order. It wouldn't be the first time they ate $1 billion. Higher probability. It can lend some weight, but it depends. GME is a gap filled at 10 million. I wish. What if that happens? What if all the like hypotheticals and like exit DDs are complete bullshit, and like we're just trading at 180 one day, and then the next tick we gap up to 10 million? I will end the fucking stream. I won't say a word. I think there was some value to the meme stock report, but yeah, it was mostly a nothing burger. Yeah, but we did get confirmation that AMC is garbage. Not that we needed it. Only 10? Oh boy. One v one me, bro. But that wouldn't be possible. It's a gap up. I mean, it would halt at 10 million, but it would still gap up there. It shouldn't be possible now. But it's fun to speculate. I don't understand how someone could get Pigeon Whale, see what's on the OnlyFans, and not pay even more afterwards. I know. I said speculate, JFresh. TTCF might be about to run. I hope so. I bought some calls. Ooh, I'm up. Way up. See, that was the cheap play that Stefan keeps complaining about. Cup? Wedgies for hedgies. Thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. We don't have our new pigeon whale song yet, but let me start you off with a chant and some other fun things. Thank you so much for the membership, man. I really appreciate
I want
it.
to be a billionaire so freaking
You're welcome, Jack Stonk. Thank you so much, Wedgies for Hedgies. Amazing support. Pigeon whales flock to your newest member. May your stock forever be not rejected by VWAP. What are your favorite channels to read in your Dillionaire Country Club and why? I really like. What do I read the most? So I like options plays, and then I like Cornish on Cordon Bleu, and gain loss porn is fantastic. I'm really glad I made that this week. The crayon sharpening room's cool, but people don't go in there a lot. Fast banana, holy shit! Thank you so much. What's with the crazy donations today? I didn't even do anything special. And the stock's not up. Well, it is, but like a little. Thank you so much, Fast Banana. I appreciate that. Oh, and yeah, Cornichon Cordon Bleu. Fantastic. I love your smug atheist face while the cult music is playing. What's Cat doing? It's coming down. I think my 190s and 195s might get stopped out if it falls any lower. Because we want you to take off your hat. Maybe for the members stream. I can't go revealing my luscious locks to the pores. Darth Dan. Thank you, Mr. Vishvada. Approaching 1 share in membership dues. Add on Ko-Fi donations, and I'm officially an idiot. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it, man. I think Lady Vuhop might be speaking to me. Judge lets Nikola continue $2 billion patent lawsuit against Tesla. Interesting. Fuck. How much can it fall today? Can I have time to research this? She sold 3,000 Tesla shares. That's nothing. Let's say you had a hypothetical 125 sitting in an options account. Would you buy a November 19th 400C or an October 29th 240? Shit. 29th, probably. Hypothetically. It depends on how much I cared about preserving the value of that $125. Goodbye, Tesla. Okay. I just picked up some 165s, so let's see what happens. Oh, no, I didn't. They did not fill. Son of a bitch. Okay. That's far enough out. You love Dr. K stuff in the cooking channel? No, that's trash. We all saw you without a hat on the other day. We know. Quiet. Lander lifts. Thank you so much for being a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate it, dude. Really, I appreciate the support, guys. It means a lot. It goes a huge way to ensuring that I can do this every day. And I probably couldn't have done it this long without you guys. So it means a lot. Don't forget, in only 5 days, the members only stream will be unlocked to the poorest anyway, in which will be revealed the luscious locks. I'll just never unlock that one. It's not like it's not gonna just like I can stop it from being unlocked. I know I annoy you, but I love you and I'm proud of you. Thank you, Han. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Don't donate me all your money, all right? It's not post MOASS yet, but thank you. Hanbanan, the sugar mommy? That'd be weird. I've always felt like I could be is that like a sugar boy? Sugar baby? Sugar baby. You mean boy toy? Maybe. Sugar boy is just a diabetic. Why donate when you can do GameStop card giveaways? Are you trying to get me to do another GameStop gift card giveaway? That was Carl. Carl was feeling bullish on his weekend. Okay, let's renegotiate this peanut butter thing in light of this revelation. No, there's no renegotiation. The price is set, JFresh. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. Sugar pigeon whale. I'm doing a giveaway this week. Cool. I think you're thinking of a gigolo. Yeah. Even my money annoys you. You didn't annoy me. I was thankful. I think you just misinterpret everything as me being annoyed. No, I'm saying I can fetch quite a price for you as a sugar boy with my foot group. Oh, okay. If you think you can get more, feel free to negotiate on my behalf. Stoats8, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over.
I want to be a billionaire.
Oh,
so
wait.
freaking bad.
What the hell just happened? Well, it's cool to see that. Congratulations on the name change. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. Thank you guys, all of you. I appreciate it. Anybody who became a Dillionaire or a new member today, hit me up on the Discord. Make sure I get you added. If you want to go about it yourself, the instructions are in the announcements channel. I appreciate it. One sec. I'm going to update Reddit real fast, guys. You can move in anytime under one premise. I want to hear you say nope. We should light some incense candles while the chat is rocking. Yeah, if I wanted a headache and my room to smell awful. Ugh. It's like dating girls from San Francisco and then your fucking house smells like patchouli for months. No offense. I think you missed my Ko-Fi. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get right on top of that. Half row. I've accepted my place as one of the poorest, $3 at a time. I show my appreciation for the thousands of hours of entertainment you supplied. Thanks for keeping my eyes on the stock, including us non-members in the chat. Of course. Just so you guys know, like don't ever feel like I appreciate the membership, so don't ever feel obligated to become a member. Anything relevant to GameStop, I always tell everybody it's not something you have to pay to hear. I didn't start this to make money. A like and a subscribe, more than enough to show your support. Yeah, headaches from incense too. Oddly specific. It's not inaccurate. As an aside, male sugar babies can just be referred to as sugar babies or male sugar babies. Yeah, I know, Elena. God. Don't feel obligated to become a member, but don't dare stop being a member, or the Dans will eat your bones. Like a tiny baby bird, JC. Like a tiny baby bird. Are the subs offsetting enough the money you used to make prior to the stream? Nonstop. I still trade though, grease nipples. So that helps also. But yeah, it does. It definitely it offsets the amount of time I do this. It makes a big difference. I want my money back. What money, Robert Zwesco? Attention, Gherkin, and everyone else. My work is having a hard time locating salt. It's our most used ingredient, and we're a big company. Prepare for the shortage of stuff on the shelves. Interesting. Well, thankfully, I have bags of various gourmet salts laying around my house. So I'm okay for like a couple years. But that is interesting. Short on salt futures? That's not even. Maybe I'll buy some of that. Can I get an ETF with some salt exposure? I like these like fucking insider trading tips that we're getting nowadays. I like the name of this ETF, Salt Low True Beta. I'll do some digging. Yeah, you would want to go long on the salt. You want to go long on the salt. But it could have already spiked. If salt futures have already spiked, then you want to go short on it. Oh, fair enough, Elena. Salt low true beta is what they called me in college. I'm sorry to hear that, Trash Dan. I'm sure that didn't do a lot for your self esteem. Is it possible that Tesla's long upward trend is in fact a very, very slow short squeeze? I mean, it was at one point. I don't think it is anymore. Now it's just over exuberance. Ooh, go short on who uses the most salt. Interesting. My wife won't let me salt my food. Some bullshit about not wanting me to live longer. But what if you exercise hard and you don't have enough electrolytes? That's what the stonks crave. Triple OG. Not as sorry as I was. Would now be a good time to buy spy puts? Not financial advice, of course, if you were to buy puts. Ooh. Interesting. Tomorrow's the 20th? It's still bounced on VWAP. I don't know. No. How will League of Legends survive? I think it's that a high sodium diet has negative effects. A user. I think it's way too much salt over a long period of time. Someone on subreddit made an observation. They said the call volume for GME was very high, yet it says that the price action was not caused by a gamma ramp. No, it says that there was no gamma squeeze, not no gamma ramp. There is definitely a gamma ramp. A friend was complaining about eating nothing but ramen all week, and when I offered to send him a blue apron, he got all offended, started mouthing off about free popcorn. It was weird. Seems like you need new friends, Chris. So there's been bearish divergence on the MACD daily oscillator part since June, and it continues to move up. Huh. It's almost like it's super overvalued, and it's due for a correction. And when it corrects, it will be steep. Actually, bust a sick kickflip off this gamma ramp. Proof or ban on Chargebox. Want my money back. You're not the only one. You check this week's options chain, see how things are looking for Friday. People have been buying a lot of calls today. Thanks for the stream. Makes the day go by faster. Absolutely, Robert SZW. Thank you for the donation, man. Intraday cup and hodl. Sorry if you answered. Was eating muffins. Interesting. Just like more than one? Are they small muffins? Are GME calls for today or tomorrow for Thursday? Wait, hold on. Are you gonna buy your GME calls today? Or I already bought them today for Friday. I wasn't gonna risk FOMO coming in and fucking getting priced out of them. I might buy some more before close. I intended to buy them tomorrow. Maybe I'll just buy them tomorrow. I'll buy the rest tomorrow. But I bought a few today to just ensure that, like, I wouldn't miss out on potential price movement from the report, which didn't really happen. But volatility picking up quite a lot. What strikes did you get? I have 190, 195, 200, 205, 210, 220, and some 240s. I also have 300s, 320s, 350s, and that's it. Oh, and three $75 contracts, which I haven't exercised yet. You FOMO'd in case of FOMO? I've tried to FOMO ahead of FOMO. Well, to get in ahead of potential FOMO. I didn't FOMO that much, but a little bit, just in case. No, those aren't just my weeklies. Those go further out. Everything above 220 except for the 240 contracts I bought yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. Are further out, like November 19th and January. And then after the 28th, I'll be looking for a low to buy February calls. But we'll get to that later. Preophomaculate is a scientific term. That just sounds like FOMO with extra steps. Shh. I was feeling bullish. Would you ever be motivated enough to make an options for beginner's guide? It's not motivation, it's lack of time. Not only is it lack of time, it's really hard to record like additional videos given my current setup. And I'm tired after this shit. Like it didn't seem like it would be a lot of work to sit in front of my computer and talk nonstop for 8 hours a day. It is. It's shockingly tiring. I'm also used to working like an hour a day, so I'm still getting over that. But no, I assume once I move, I'll start making more content, at least as long as this goes on. Because then I'll have like a thing set up and like I can just sit down and record a video and I'll have space for my whiteboard, which I don't over here. Yeah, and then I could, oh, we could write scripts for my videos. So I could have like a scripted video. And then, maybe I'll have like 40 fucking hours to edit a 5-minute clip, which is about how long it takes me. I'm not good with the editing. Just change chairs. Probably. I feel like a standing desk would really reinvigorate my energy for the day. Also, no room for that in my current setup. So once I move, all those are plans for after I move. I said after the 28th, I'll be looking for a low to buy February calls. Because IV can spike in November. Spores are speaking through you. Pretty sure there's 10 people on here that would edit for you. Probably. But then I've got to create enough like raw footage. And then there's like things, right? Like where I want it edited versus where they think is good. I don't even know how you get over that. I know Cool Daddy wants to edit videos, but I have not recorded any. Does Ko-Fi support line breaks and formatting? I guess not. Line breaks and formatting. Maybe? Is that like a tits jack kind of thing going on there? I think if you hit enter and put it on another line, it might, but I'm not sure. Auto accidents plus home problems like flooding, short consumer insurance in really cold places. Interesting. GME mukbang, GME ASMR, how to GME, DIY GME, GME reviews, GME unboxing. Nice, Afro. If they delay MOASS eternally, would you be up for coaching us and trading while taking commissions? I wouldn't take commissions. I've already been doing that for months. No, not commissions. I'm not a fiduciary, so I can't advise you on your investments personally. There's a way to, but probably not legal in my state. New York's pretty strict. I can talk about shit and speculate, but I can't directly advise you on your own positions. I've spoken with a couple lawyers on that subject. That would require a written agreement. That's too much work. Okay, calm down, half row. It was supposed to be an ASIC 2 cat, but no dice, I suppose. Interesting. How low do you think it will go after the cycle has run its course? To the floor, wherever that is at that point. It's always ascending. We'll see. It can slip the floor a little bit. There's like, it can slip below the EMA like 120 in between the EMA 160. We've never broken below the EMA 160, so it depends where the EMA 160 ends up after this. That's where I'd be looking as the most accurate indicator of our lower line. Can you give me personal advice? Probably. So we're looking at the same movement tomorrow as we had today. Possibly similar, yeah. There's no gamma exposure tomorrow. So tomorrow may be sideways. Maybe a little bit down, as a matter of fact. No, Sterling Thomas. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What's your opinion of cash settling options of IBKR? I ask because I'd be too poor to exercise a whole contract if it comes in the money. I believe IBKR's cash settle allows you to exercise the underlying for the value of the contract. So, if it's up X amount, you can exercise for however many shares. Or you can just sell it and buy shares. It's kind of the same shit. Oh, hey, look. Bazinga article about AMC on the GME News tab. Why AMC stock could go ape as it nears its breakout. That's it. That's all I have to say. Is this week looking like a potential for 215? Possibly. I mean, we look good, right? We're like right up against the 190 resistance. Any volatile breakout should see us get above 200 at least. I think we can hit 200 this week. I don't know if we'll surpass it significantly or stay above it. But yeah, I think we can hit 200. Sorry, I'm obsessed with this salt issue, but huge inflation will have a psychological effect. People think McDonald's is cheap food. They won't pay $20 for a burger. Yeah, but McDonald's prices have gotten out of control. I think your Bluetooth mic is picking up a baby monitor somehow. Oh, that's possible. I learned options trading and video editing from Godpill and Warden if you want to hit me up. Oh, God. No, why do we still talk about that shit so many months after the fact? No one cares about them anymore. They burned out. Their blaze of glory was short-lived. Godpill's probably back to chanting in his bedroom while polishing his guns. Warden's probably just back at school and slightly in trouble with his family. I'm not. Edward Chandler. Yeah, I don't wish anything bad on him. Godpill's another story. That guy's a nut job. Him and Charlie's vids should be best friends. I have a really cool car battery charger if you ever need to borrow it. For the eels? Those are the days of opium and joy. What, did I ruin that for you? Dumpster fire? Please time the Power Hour music perfectly today. I'll try. I don't know how to time it for the stream delay. Good mental health services do not exist here, unfortunately. This is true. You said you're not going to DRS. Do you have any? I didn't say I wasn't going to DRS. I said I wasn't going to DRS unless there was proof positive evidence. I don't think DRS hurts the squeeze at all. I've commented multiple times that I think it is to the squeeze's benefit. I just think that there are risks associated that need to be weighed. I owe you an apology on Charlie's vids. I can't believe I ever defended that quack. It's okay, man. It happens to some people. I'm surprised you haven't wore out after all of this. One of the best ones left. No, just one of the best ones. Mike Spickle. I miss Stefan. Is today's day off? Isn't he like right on the screen, Cat? I feel like Stefan's right there riding that bull. He's riding it hard. Watching morning fly too close to the sun is what brought me here. It's not that easy, but yeah, Jack Stonk. You can't advise anybody on an individual position in any real way. I mean, theoretically you can't anyway, because you have no knowledge of their position and hence can't give them an informed advice, I believe is the terminology. Or if DFU posts a DRS post. Yeah, if DFU posts a DRS post, I will DRS some shares. I don't know how many, but some. Sub goal for DRS? No. You think shorts have become more efficient in shorting? No, less efficient at shorting. I think their ability to short is no longer that great. I think they needed to short more back then. That's all. It's not an efficiency thing. It's just it has to do with volume. Oh, I missed the Power Hour song entirely. Look at that.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I tried.
0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Nailed it. Worst YouTuber ever. I do suck at it, I know. I inadvertently, like, I was over at someone's house and I saw another, like, live stream, and it was way better than mine. Like, all the things they were doing, and they had stuff, and, like, shit, like, flew out of the corner of the screen when people subscribed, and there was, like, animations and sponsors and all. I clearly realized that, yeah. But it's cool. I have fun in here. So if other people don't like it, fuck them. I think they're just trying to lose as little money as possible. Edward. It's just damage control, right? Besides EMA 160, are your other EMAs arbitrary? Obviously not. So how do you go about tweaking your EMAs? Based, like, you can choose the smoothing based on the volatility in the stock, Stefan. So if you know a stock is really volatile, you may want to like tighten them up. If it's trading sideways a lot, you may want to like smooth them out. You can also base that off turnover percentage, volume. Do you think VIX will spike after monthly October options expiry tomorrow, since the amount of puts will be off it after that? Could. Although, I don't know how heavily those are hedged. If MOASS starts at 358, it'll be because you do that triangle. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Most intraday TA on GameStop is bullshit. We don't have enough volume right now. If we had more volume, then we could do it, but not currently. Does the larger bid ask spread make shorting more effective? It can, potentially, but it also makes shorting much riskier, right? Because a gap to the upside can then cause those shorts to go underwater much faster. Like, GameStop's still really volatile. It's just in a smaller range. Think we rip on the 21st, and then again on the 26th, 28th, or all the way from the 21st to the 28th. So the potential to rip all the way from the 21st to the 28th is there, but this will depend on how many, this is the 26th, which is the second fail date. This will depend on how many FTDs there are, right? So I expect the number of FTDs here to be greater than they were on the 13th, right? And then I expect them to be greater here than they were on the 21st. But if they can cover all of the FTDs on the 26th, then we may see no price action into the 28th, right? We may just see it fall after the 26th. And we may even see the price drop in between here. So that'll depend. The amount of movement across the window that we have will depend heavily on, you know, the amount of FTDs that they have to cover and gamma exposure due to those FTDs, right? Because don't forget that the beginning of each week is going to be marked by an increase in gamma exposure from the previous week because the FTDs drove the price up. So, like, just like this week is significantly more volatile than last week, right? So if we go out to like the 30-minute, we can see that like we're continuing up just slowly. So I expect after the 21st that will that kind of angle or rate of increase will strengthen to the upside, and then I expect it to strengthen again on the 27th. But if the FTDs are cleared out and they're done with them, then we'll see, you know, movement to the downside. So like we spiked up here last week, right? Like or this week, right? 14th? Was that this week? No, it was last week. Last Thursday when we hit 190.20. But then we went even higher today. So right, we're realizing new highs in this short-term trend, which means that this uptrend is continuing to push up. And, you know, I suspect that it will accelerate as we move further into the cycle. We're still in the earliest part of the cycle. Did Melvin not contribute to the January price movement? Or Melvin didn't close their short position? Sounds terrible. This isn't fancy Twitch land. It's the pickle jar. Well, thank you. Dan Can. Dude, good to see you, man. We love you because you don't have all those things. Oh. Okay. I just feel like it'd be cool to have them. That's all. I'm not saying I'm going to do it because I have no idea how. If you're good at YouTube, I probably wouldn't hang out all day. It's like the McDonald brothers before Ray Kroc came along. That's frightening. So you're saying I'm going to get bought out and thrown under the bus by a bigger streamer? Terrible. You think MOASS is still likely this fail cycle? No. I have not thought that this fail cycle would be MOASS. I think there's a possibility for us to see pretty high price points, but based on the FTDs that we've already seen from the 21st after the future cycle, it doesn't look like we have that much oomph. However, this fail cycle, or this failure cycle, adds far more FTDs to the next one, right? Because it pushes the price up. You can just rewind and listen to it. I think I played it at 3:01 p.m. What was the volume difference between the first fail box compared to the second fail box? 1013 to 1021. Wait, what? She went like... Well, we haven't hit 1021 yet. 1013 was 2 million, 1014, 1.6. We haven't had more than 2 million a day. Today's 1.9. I guess we had 2.6 on the 11th, which is weird, but I think that was just some gamma exposure from the previous Friday. Or are you talking about last year? If you're talking about last year, I think it was significantly up. Let me see, weekly? $95 million versus... Wait, hold on. It was like 150 million, and then 30 million, and then... Wait, that's too... Is that too far back? No, that's right. Maybe this isn't a good way to... These are weeks. So that first fail week was like 80 million. But I think one of these is hidden. Oh, these are all just compressed. You can only look at it on the daily. I don't know. I'd have to add it up later. It'll take me too long to if I can dig through the candle data. How do you know when an EMA respects the chart? I understand how EMA is 60, but I don't understand how the others do. What do you mean? They just represent different time scales. What's the past 2 hours? What are your thoughts on BB? Crazy volume came in after 1 p.m. It's running. Is there any reason why covering? Probably the same shit that's going on with GameStop, except it's cheaper to cover and they'll cover it first. Maybe BlackBerry's having its AMC moment. Sorry if answered still munching on these blueberry muffins. Hypothetically, assuming you didn't buy this morning, would you buy now or wait till tomorrow for calls? If wait, what's the idea behind it? I'm thinking of I'm good. I intend to buy more calls for this cycle, but I think I'm gonna buy them tomorrow. That's just because I'd rather not pay. Like, I don't think we're gonna go up that much more today, right? Like, we could end the day around 190, but I don't think we'll see a significant price increase today. Beyond that, maybe like a peak at 192 if we really run towards the end of the day. But I'd rather I think the theta costs more than that like $2 price increase. We're here because you're good at stocks, not because you're fancy YouTube fluff. But fancy YouTube fluff makes more people be here, right? I don't know. Sometimes the only reason I would want to add things like that and production quality and stuff is because more people would watch the channel, which would mean more people know what's going on. There's a benefit to that, right? There's so many big like AMC YouTubers, but there's really nothing for GameStop besides like me and like trade spotting, and neither of us are very big. But the ETF FTDs, that's another story. I don't know if those are going to be covered in the similar cycle. And they're also spread out, right? They're probably on multiple assets. So while those probably represent a big chunk as GameStop, they also represent other stocks like BlackBerry and AMC. I'm really far behind on these blueberry moss hypothetically assuming BTC short squeeze to all-time high. It's running. I still haven't gotten stopped out of my Bitcoin. Maybe I should raise it. I think it's about time. My half a Bitcoin that I have. There goes Tesla. Bull run canceled. Awesome. I bought 5 865s for January. Test it. Back test it. Stefan. Look back. See if the EMA holds true to the chart. Lots of algorithms use EMAs also, so if there's a lot of algorithmic trading going on in GME, you should be able to adjust and find the right correlation. The short ladder attacked us 741 times so far. Look at Tilray and BB. They both lifted at the exact same time. Both have 14% gains. Okay. I feel like 14% gains on Blackberry is not very much. But yeah, it's running. Tilray, which I hate. Also looking pretty much exactly the same. Similar short interest. Let's see if we can cross view up today. Volume's intermittent still, though. It's not picking up. I'm going to update Reddit real fast before. I'm not that fancy. The official syrup post DD on Super Snack today. If so, thoughts? I haven't. More people will watch you when GME runs hard. I know. Kyle, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
So freaking bad.
Thanks again, Kyle. Have you thought about not streaming all day? But I like to. I know I'd have more time for doing other things, but that would suck. And everyone here likes streaming all day too, for the most part. People tune in while they're at work, on their lunch breaks. And I'm here. 7 days a week. Today's the last day to trade expiring standard AM settled equity index options. It could explain the spike in BB Tilray MSOS. Prove me wrong. It's possible. Oh my god, these are amazing. And I love the container. Very, very cheese shop. If you guys want to check this out. David El Cinco Herrera coming up with our next snack product for our future cheese shops. Look at that. Wouldn't you want to bite into one of those Long Johnsons? I think you would. Guys, remember, you can place all pre-orders for pickle snacks and pickle-related merchandise through our cheese shop, DaveandGirkscheeseshop.com. Thank you, David. How far are you expecting us to dip down after the end of the month run? Probably no lower than our EMA 60, but we'll see where it's at the time. We'll discuss that when the time comes. That's too far out for me to predict right now. You don't need any fancy, but you can slightly improve the lighting. Yeah, I know. The lighting's weird during the day. How do you determine if paying for theta is worth it? You can calculate it with an options calculator. John Pepino. $865s on Tesla. Yeah. Could get some market research done on Long Johnson pretzel sticks. Okay, I did that. I'm super far behind. Who invented pickles? I have no idea. It's like there's a party in my mouth and everyone's invited. That is very suggestively ninja of you. Can I interest you in selling some corn? We can talk. Do you see the cup and handle forming? I'm going to ignore your statement. Original Shiro on Superstock thinks we won't be coming down after next week. Who the hell is Original Shiro? Even Mo Money doesn't have his own brands of food. Going to have an offering similar to pimento loaf, but gherkins and cheese. Yeah. And you can have that with pimento loaf. They must have pulled the 5s. There's only strikes on the 10s. Maybe they don't have them on WeBull. Does WeBull not? Oh, this is Tesla. Hold on. GameStop. Oh, they don't have them on here. That's weird. They have 975s. But they don't have 865s. Hmm. You know, I've noticed that on a couple other stocks where Webull won't have all the strikes. You're on ATP? I didn't buy them on ATP, but I know some. What's this? Oh, yeah. I don't know who this is. It's like some bot and it keeps like spamming all the YouTube chats, but I'll try to fix it later, Zakir. No, I don't use beard oil. Let's see if we bounce here. Some brokerages have wider access. Multiple brokerages. Some brokerages have wider access with Milwilly. It's not the DMM for the stock. The DMM is only on NYSE. It has nothing to do with CBOE. I think TDA, IBKR usually have a wider range of strikes. I think TradeStation also does. And if I'm not mistaken, Tasty Trades. Will bounce if you draw a new triangle? Sure. Ooh. Pickle plushies available at the merch shop. Win. Still no merch shop. Maybe I'll do a merch shop post MOASS. When the idea of being a sellout no longer discredits me. Could you change crazy prices? Charge crazy prices and we would pay them? I wouldn't do that. Could just make one and donate all the profits to charity. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, not charity, but like I would do something good with them. I don't like the idea of charity. Charities. For the most part. I know some are good, others aren't. You have to do your research, but I feel like it'd be more fun to just like find some like homeless dude and be like, hey, these people bought a bunch of pickle themed merchandise. Here's your cut. I'm looking forward to purchasing my Pi-Fi branded yacht. Is 929 until today on the daily a bearish pennant? No. 929. Are you talking about this? No, it's just part of a larger formation. You're just isolating a bounce on the low trend, right? Because this goes further back. So you're kind of just you're isolating a bounce on the low trend and trying to make it a pennant, and it's not. Drop pyramid. Thoughts on Gao? It's gold? Galliano gold. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's an exploration company. Stay away from it. These things are all pump and dump scams. If the price realizes anything relevant, they'll sell a bunch of stock and capitalize off the investors. I know they look enticing because they're cheap, but there's a reason. Draw pyramid. Still trying to picture in my mind if the range of contracts is from a central source that's subscribed to, if you will. Just a curiosity. Yeah, generally. Sometimes brokerages offer up contracts sold by their users as well. So like if people are selling covered calls, you can buy those contracts. Yeah, any mining exploration, always be very cautious. And then actual mining companies are also super fucking shady, along with shipping companies. Like they solely are publicly traded for the purpose of like taking money from investor sentiment. Eat cherries to reduce gout. I don't have any gout. Because the price keeps going up, John Travolta. It has to reach a point at which they can no longer. Yeah, today's thumbnail brought to you by Average Joe. Thank you, Average Joe. Especially space mining exploration. Thoughts on Comcast 65C 220 for trading below 200 MA. Dig into that before you buy any. I think they were proposing some changes to net neutrality, and I think that could hurt Comcast a lot because they suck. In the money, power is the way. With the UK having a majority in Parliament and implementing no more new diesel or petrol registered cars. ITM power. Oh. Been good to me since early last year. Nice. What are the chances lightning strikes twice and you get the close almost exactly? Pretty slim. And technically yesterday I wasn't right. It's just you guys don't have NBBO data. So at like the standard data set showed 185.69, but it actually closed at like 186 something. LG or Samsung for best smart TV? I have no idea. I don't have any TVs. They literally put a door hanger on my door when I waited for them to fix my cut line, and then they'd run to their car before I could say anything. What if it's 186.69 though? Dead wide smiles. Why did they change what the close was? They didn't. It's just order, like, it's just the data updating. But if you look at like stock WeBull and you look at mine, your prices and candles will probably be slightly different. If it's not real short positions, but it is, right? Because it's real debt, Jantra. They can keep rolling it, but every time they roll it, it presents more and more risk because the starting point is higher and higher. Right? So it's more expensive to roll it every time, which causes more dramatic price increases. I just subscribe because I like your hat. Thanks, man. As good a reason as any. Yeah, volatility's picking up, as expected. You're welcome. Maybe one day I can donate. Dude, your contributions are more than enough, Average Joe. I appreciate them, man. Thank you. You made the Fregulon exit. I mean, that shit's gold. I just subscribe for the music. Ben, you write the music. This is one of the reasons I want to start the Twitch channel so I can give away like memberships to people. That'd be super cool. I just subscribed for the DD. You're not even subscribed right now, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Look at you. Not a billionaire. Gray. How could you? Guys, the leader of the Dans has fallen on hard times. He's lost too much money on stupid options plays. Board name. Here you go, at Average Joe. I like your name. Reminds me of Jimi Hendrix song. Thank you, Vordame. I appreciate that, man. I subscribe for the unwarranted abuse. Whatever gets you going. Evergrande defaulting going to ripple into the U.S. market? Possibly, but maybe not in the way we expect. I love how much collaboration there is going on in the pickle jar. People making music and art and shoving things up their damn holes. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, you also have to remember, Jantra, that a lot of that interest is locked in at the rate that it used to be, not at the 1% it is now. I spent all my money on GME and spy options. Got to get more hours behind the dumpster. I mean, you could just go back to shilling Burger King. I know you dumped them, but paycheck's a paycheck. What is that Bitcoin symbol with the $10? It's a euro? What? It's 10 euros. What part of NYC will you want to live in post MOASS? You're going to go into Billionaires Row? I feel like the parties over there aren't that good. I subscribe purely for your rage-filled responses to dumb questions. Can I get a pigeon whale to flex on pores like myself? No. Although castles made of sand is better. Interesting for a name. Thank you for the 5 months, dude. I appreciate it. Why don't you ever abuse me? I don't know. You don't piss me off. Did you know that YouTube removes 17 dislikes for every end of day pull? Lab. I'll never shill Burger King. I have standards, just like the Wendy's new $5 biggie bag. I like my Breville Smart Grinder Pro. Even does fine Turkish grind. I've heard some good things about it, but I think the issue that espresso users would have with it is that its adjustments are locked. So it's like fixed instead of continuous. Back, gotta find new ways to piss off Pi-Fi. Don't do that, Trash Dan. I get abused because you find it funny. I mean, are you talking about me just eating food into the microphone? I do enjoy that. You shouldn't have reacted so strongly to it, and then I wouldn't give you such a hard time about it. Fast Banana. I like the stock and realized losses. Riku. Thank you, Fast Banana. I appreciate it. How does one dodge a Fast Banana? Huh. Should ask Matt Kors. He would know. Be sure to check out Wendy's sugar cookies. Honestly, the best fast food sugar cookies I've had. Who the fuck else has fast food sugar cookies? What espresso machine do you use? I have a Quick Mill Andrea. I think there's a video in the community tab of me making like an espresso shot. Interesting, Bithead. It's not unlike dodging a wrench. Let's be honest, the real reason we subscribe, no wait on typing in chat. Yeah. Doesn't dodge them. He opens his mouth and catches them all. Subway has sugar cookies? I didn't know that. So many people asking what coffee machine you have. I'm not sure who's trolling who anymore. That's fair, that Dan. Delicious locks. Oh God. Ugh. I made money off hood calls. I feel so unclean. I think you need to go take a shower. You should. Got a shift starting soon behind Wendy's. Meeting with some guy named Kenny, BRB. Good luck back there, Daniel. Man, look at this price fight on GME. That's why I delete in there. I love how we're consolidating between the two arbitrary triangles I drew. What brand of ranch dressing do you dip your pineapple and pepperoni pizza in? Gross. Shadanon. Bro, at least mark your stream as NSFW if you're gonna go through your hair like you're Cindy Crawford. Don't sleep on Chick-fil-A chocolate chip cookies. What the fuck is with all these fast food places having cookies? Why? Looks like we're trading within the confines of the backwards triangle. Backwards triangles tend to represent volatility. Is our volume above or below your expectations for today. Like right at. You can rewind this stream, and I said 1.5 to 2 million volume today. No, there is a backwards triangle formation in technical analysis, but it means an increase in volatility. And then they're bearish or bullish depending on their angle. So if the stock is realizing higher highs and higher lows, then it's, you know, equal, like just volatility increase. And then if it's realizing higher highs and lower lows, then it's ascending. Lower highs and lower lows is descending. Megaphone. Yeah, some people call it that. You're predicting end of day price too? Not yet. But I want to say 187.37. If market makers did gamma hedge in January, why would they be gamma hedging now? They did gamma hedge, it just didn't cause a gamma squeeze. Also, you have to remember a lot of those contracts were not exercised that went into the money, right? So there wasn't probably that much pressure for a gamma squeeze. And then they internalized all the orders and then packed them into derivatives to hide them. It's kind of like taking a loan out on your losses. Their losses are still there, right? But they managed to suppress the breakout of those losses. Like the position was definitely quickly running away from them. Remember you got the end of day spot on last night? Let's do that again. Will you donate me a share if I guess the end of day price right? No. 186.98. Interesting. That's possible. Is that a floppy disk? Do you have thoughts on the current BTC run up? Yeah. Lack of faith in the markets. Money has to go somewhere. 188.69. End of day. Love everything you do. Keep it up, Pickle Boy. Thank you, Dylan. Member for 4 months. A Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Or is it Dylan? You know, I really never look into the camera. All of you guys are in there. Oh. The mischievous cat I mentioned a month ago ate a Q-tip. You're gonna have to pull that out of its butthole later. I just pick the highest pull option. Please don't do that again. Did it make you uncomfortable? So creepy. Don't look at us. I'm licking the other side of that camera. You mentioned that before. Shh, Dan Halen. Wait, are you starting to accept that we're all real people and not just lines on the screen? Well, I meant like all of you bots that talk to me all day. Eyes on the stock, sir. Don't do that again. I was finished and now just start over. Look behind me for what? Fuck off. I just laughed out loud at work. Get wrecked. The Dans aren't bots. So says you, but you should see how efficient they are. Q Blackbird P, member for 5 months. Dillionaire, you are the wind beneath this aspiring pigeon whale's wings. Thank you so much, sir. And you already have wings, so you're like halfway there. What if we're all bots? I'd believe it. Now my boss thinks I'm more crazy than normal. It's okay, Han. You'll be alright. Just do it again, right? If you just do it once, then it's weird. But if you keep doing it, like make it a thing, then people will be like, "Oh, Han's laughing at work again," and just like kind of ignore you. My kid swallowed his first baby tooth fall out, and I had to write a letter to the tooth fairy explaining if she wants to need the tooth, she needs to find it herself. You could have gotten like a strainer. When I'm making the cards, it takes me hours scrubbing through streams to find a split second where he glances into the camera. A week later, and Pi-Fi just decides to stare us down. I'm fucking quitting. You guys don't think I see your conversations in Discord? I see everything. What do you think of the 770 discounted cash flow evaluation of GME? It seemed like nonsense, but I'll look into it more later. I don't know anything about it. I just know what I've read on here about it. Are we close at the point of your intraday mega wedge? We're right on the tip. Let's zoom in for the last couple of minutes of price action because this is the best part. Yes. It's me, BK. We were green anyway. One tick view. Want to see some lightning fast TA. That's as close as I can zoom in. Was this what you expected for today? I mean, I would have liked to see a little more FOMO in the morning, but... I remember what you said, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. You just picked the number between the two EMAs. Nothing better than a big green dill to end the day, allegedly. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it, man. AMC doing a rug pull. Good. I think we retrace back to 170C this week, and next Tuesday make the run towards T16. That sounds like Fibonacci or Elliott wave. Gross. Straight up. No 172. It completely ignores the long-term trends. Ha! God damn it. Look at that. Look at that. Closing candle volatility. Jesus. Let's pick it up. Thank you guys all so much. I appreciate it.
Five, four, three.
That's the wrong song. Thank you guys. Have a great night, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For all of you new members, don't forget to hit me up over on the Discord so I can get you added to the country club after the stream. Have a good night, guys. Not an advisor. Frigulon.